Oh shoot, hey Rated. Thank you so much for the raid. I literally just got back from the bathroom. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. How is everyone doing? Sorry, I have not even had a chance to like send my announcements to every server that I'm in for the self promo. So I'm still technically doing that, but thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope that you guys are all doing very amazing. Yes, oops, I almost put that in somebody's general. That would have been no bueno. Bueno, no bueno. I don't think that person would have enjoyed me dropping my stream link inside of their general chat. That would have been no bueno. But yes, I will check out your guys' messages in a second. I just have 2 more servers remaining. Okay, there we go. Done. Hello, everyone. I can see you guys. Beautiful messages now. Go ahead and switch over. There we go. Hello. Nope, bye. That's crazy. Imagine just leaving like that. You bring everyone in and you just disappear. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I hope that Eliza got to see her little show while it was up, because it's no longer up. It got taken down to the void. Yep, crashed out. Oh no. But yes, how are you guys doing? Happy 4th of July. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful 4th of July. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for coming on in. Do you guys have any fun plans for the 4th of July? Anything fun or anything cool going on? I know, Pika, I've been waiting for this event for so long. And ever since the event came out, I've not touched Dead by Daylight. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I've not gotten it. Like, I've not gotten on at all. So yeah, it was just no bueno. What is 1/4 of July? It's when we said frick you to the British and we declared independence. Nah, I'm not copying you, bro. Dude, I've been playing so much Elden Ring, and I love Elden Ring so much, but I'm just like, I've not touched Dead by Daylight, and I know a lot of my audience comes from Dead by Daylight, so I should probably get on Dead by Daylight and do a little bit. It's July 5th. Dang, you write your dinner for pretty much like a whole, like, well, not a whole day, but you carried over. That's crazy, bro. It's fake gunshot noise. We don't got that over here. I live in California, bro. We don't gotta deal with that type of stuff here. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. Yeah, no. Right now it's 3:59 for me. So yeah. So since no one was on, what event stuff are you talking about, Miwa? What you talking about? What you talking about? What events? Oh, dude, my computer's not liking getting back on Dead by Daylight. I was streaming Elden Ring for so long, and you're telling me that my computer does not want to run Dead by Daylight? That's crazy. I still have to work tomorrow. Oh nah, dude, you're cooked, Pika. You're cooked. Which workout do you like the most? I like all of them. I like all of them. Yeah, I've not gotten on at all since the event came out, Miwa, so I have to go through and do pretty much everything. All right, Hayes already redeeming all the workouts. Okay, so is Miwa. 5 squats, 5 push-ups. No, 10 push-ups. A stretch. Thank you for the stretch, Pika. Thank you for the hydrate. Payback, dude. You always come in here and you spam the workouts. What you mean payback? You're lucky I don't go into your stream and spam it. You're lucky. Also, hi, Kieran. How you doing? Welcome on in. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh, me was getting ads. Rip. My computer is hating initializing shaders right now. I'm so sorry. Bear with my computer. I'm sorry. I know it's lagging. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. No, don't beg for or don't beg for that. Please don't. Plus, Pika is under the influence. I do not want Pika buying anything. But yeah, once we get through this, I will see all the workouts and I will fulfill them in just a minute. It's just if I tab out while it's initializing shaders, it's gonna kill my computer. Like if I try to play anything when it's like when I tab out of whenever it's initializing shaders, it hates my computer, bro. But yeah, don't feel obligated at all, Pika. I want you to be here. I want you to be having a great time. Don't ever feel like you're obligated for that. Hold on, I think I can see a majority of workouts without tabbing out, so I'm just gonna try to do those real fast, at least the ones that I can see. So I'm gonna do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then let me do the push-ups. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, there we go. The DVD leaks if true are. Oh, Scotchy! Don't jump. Oh, that's not Scotch. That's my water bottle. Oh, dude, I just gave myself a heart attack. Oh man, I thought I sat on Scotch, but thankfully it was just my water bottle. Oh, my heart. Oh man, dude, my heart is racing. Oh, I thought I just sat on Scotch. Oh my god. Oh, that. Yeah, I don't know how to tell you guys, but like my heart just was like it completely stopped. It was like, oh no. 5 more push-ups. 1 sec. One, 2, 5. Done. Okay. Let me go ahead and why does it keep putting my model over in the middle? It happened yesterday too. Okay, that should be good. Game capture, Dead by Daylight. And then Dead by Daylight. Okay, there we go. We good, we good. Okay. Make my model a little bit bigger, actually.
There we go. Much better. Alright. I ain't reading all that. Too much words. Yep. 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 Sure. Okay. And then what's new in the store? Ooh, some blood points. I'll take those. Yummy, yummy. Actually, wait, hold on. Before we fully close out of this, let me go into the killers and you know exactly what we're about to do. Bop. Bop. Love is unhookable. What do you mean by that? And then bop. Oh, thank you for the code. Let me go ahead and do that real fast. Oh, a little bit of lag. Ooh, 250,000. The entity loves us all. Bop. Aw, this one's not valid anymore. It looks like that's sad. The entity loves us all is not valid. Very, very unfortunate. I really don't want to buy the twins, dude. I feel like it's a scam. Literally just ended today. That is so unfortunate, bro. That's pretty unfortunate. The day that I get on, the code runs out. I don't think I can afford another killer. Oh, the only one that I have left is the twins, unless if I save up for the unknown. Buy Sadako. Hold on. How much is she? Is she 250 right now? I think I passed her. No, she's 350. Alright, this one's for you, John. There you go. I'm down. I have nothing left to be able to pay for anything, bro. Let me go ahead and do these push-ups and planks. Give me one side. Scotch, you want this with me? 2, 4, 5. There we go. Oh, hi, Scotchy. Hi, buddy. You want to say hi to stream? I don't have your notepad up. I'm sorry. I already have Nemi Pika. Yeah, you know what? I'm making Tay do like 1,000 push-ups in her next stream. No mercy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There we go. God damn it, I just got up. Alright, let me do these blanks. Bruh. Yeah? I'm just not gonna do them until you guys are done spamming. All right. Well, while they're spamming, I'm just gonna do a match. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. No, you don't, Tay. You stinky. I don't know if I feel like playing Springtrap today. It's been a while since I've been on. It's genuinely been a while. Hi, Scotchy. How you doing, buddy? Hello. Play Sadako. I don't have her leveled up at all. I don't have her leveled up. I can try to level her up real fast, though. There she is. I know, that's what I'm doing. Bop. Actually, wait, I forgot. You could just do this. I forgot that they added that as a feature, I'm not gonna lie. If you play the event. Yeah, I'm playing the event right now. So, we should go pretty quickly. Yeah, no, I can't afford. Actually, wait, no, you can afford a little bit. I'm at 197 blood points now. Hey, Panda is having fun. I hope save too. What do you mean by save? What do you mean? It's been leaked that the next kill shovel will have a dark blue in its nest. Wait, really? Are you serious, John? If so, that's so BS, dude. Dog, that's gonna be brutal. It's not a matter of don't slug. It's gonna be there's gonna be a whole bunch of people going around and trying to do like bully builds and whatnot. Like there's just gonna be so many bully builds if they do go through with that. Sounds good, Tay. Have fun laying down. Have fun. Enjoy your rest. Thank you for the raid and thank you for coming on in. I left Panda with another friend. That's crazy. Stub your toe again. I hope that you stub your toe, Tay. Wah, wah. Miwa, be nice to Pika. I did not see what Miwa said to Pika, but, nobody is mean to Pika. EA Sports FC 25. Wait, you can see your feet, Tay? That's crazy. Be nice isn't in my dictionary. Put it in your, put it in a thesaurus or something like that. Gotta have, like, multiple sources of information, you know? I might play Wesker after this, not gonna lie. You know how to play? No. I've never played her, not gonna lie. I've never played her. So, it's gonna be a brand new, like, field for me to try and figure out. You're the one who's always beat to beats, hey? What do you mean? You make it your daily mission to be annoying. Spam teleport to build condemned. Isn't that where you can just, like, pretty much instantly mori people, if I'm not mistaken? Tay, you wake up and you start it every single day. What are you on about, bro? So you can genuinely just, like, spam teleport? There's no cooldown? Or do you just play around the cooldowns? Thrilling Tremors. What does that one do again? After picking up a survivor, all generators then are not being repaired. I normally do Dead Man's Switch if I'm playing like some sort of gen blocking build. There's a cooldown for each TV individually. I see. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. That'd be so disgusting if you could just like spam teleport around. You're just building condemned on every single survivor. Terrifying. It got buffed, really? It's still... Hey, it's next on Dead by Daylight. Yeah, I figured I've been playing enough Elden Ring on stream. I might as well play some Dead by Daylight since, you know, a majority of my audience watches Dead by Daylight. Yeah. Dude, I don't know what to tell you, Tay. I literally was just like, oh yeah, you know, it's not good for me because it's gonna be embarrassing, but it'll be good for you guys because you guys will think it's funny. You're like, huh? Huh? There's another thing this morning, I can't remember exactly, and I was like, bro, wash. He's sadly a little tipsy. Hey man, you're all good. You're all welcome to be here, Pika. It's a pleasure to have each and every one of you guys. You need a Sadaka build, you can a gen build or lethality. I think I would probably go lethality if anything, not gonna lie. I was not even mean to you. What do you mean? I said the most straightforward thing. I was like, I don't know how to rephrase this. I literally repeated it here on stream. It's not good for me because it's embarrassing, but it's good for you guys. And dude, how am I being mean for not like knowing how to rephrase something? How's that being mean? How's that me being mean? Because you, bro, you were trash talking me on your stream. What do you mean, Tay? That's mean. Trash talking me on your stream is mean. Goober. Press to the end. Thrilling tremors. Make your choice. Brutal strength. Hold on. I'm gonna copy that so that way I can revisit that after this match. Still trash talking people on your stream is wild. I was there, thank you, V. Thank you. V's got my back. V's a real one. Yeah. You get her, V. You know, I cannot do this anymore. Yeah, why are you guys making the intoxicated one be like a referee? Pika did nothing wrong. Pika's a perfect saint. She would do nothing wrong. Yeah, exactly. Because I didn't know how else to rephrase it, dude. I tried to like figure out how to say it again. He's like, it just wasn't confused. I was like, never mind. She emotionally manipulated you. What? That's crazy. I'm learning a lot about you guys today. Oh, W lag, by the way. What the heck was that? Wait, that was an insta down? Wait, what? How? Wait, whoa. How does she immediately? What? Wait, how does she immediately go down? No, actually, how does she just go down? I'm not sure how I just one-shot her. Does anybody know how I did that? Because of lag? Was it genuinely because of lag that I one-shot somebody? Like, I'm being serious right now. Was that really because of lag? Oh my goodness, that lag. Lag double counted the hit? I guess. That is so weird. You do it all the time. That's crazy. By making Panda say bet. Wait, what? Wait, what? What did Panda say? I'm so confused. I don't remember what the invitations do. I don't remember off the top of my head. No, there was somebody over here. Wait, where did they go? What the heck? Oh, did they like... Oh, they ran around here. Insta hooks? Oh, okay. I see. Bop. Jeremy. Silly goose. Where'd she run off to? What the heck? Oh, there she is. Oh, there's two of them over here. It's good to know. Hold on. Come here! Why, I oughta. Bop. Super OP for loops. Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that. I'll have to try and remember that. Do you automatically replenish the invitations or not? I do not remember. Hold on. Oh, that was too weak, bro. Oh, shoot. That was horrible. My bad. Doink. Nice hit. What is this, the Clash of Clans King or something? Hee 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 haw. Found you. Silly goose. She's trying up there, bro. She tried her best. Props to whoever has that flashlight, bro. Where is she going? Hog rider! Oh, there you are. Oh, that sucks. Oh, dang. I thought she was doing commit right there. My bad, cuh. My bad, gang. Yoink. Get that ass over here. Get that ass over here. Hang on. I see the Cheryl over there. She's on Death Hook too. Hang on, I'm just gonna remotely hook her real fast. And then I know Cheryl was somewhere over here. Not entirely sure where, but the Goblin Cannon thing scared me. Dude, I miss original Clash of Clans. I've not played Clash of Clans in so long. I really miss it, though. I've been debating on re-downloading, actually. I think it could be really fun, but I feel like it would kind of ruin the nostalgia I have of it. Have you never heard of Clash of Clans, Tay? Oh, frick. Oh my god. Wait, you never heard of Clash of Clans? Guys, we need to ban Tay. We're banning Tay. It's not even a joke anymore, bro. We're banning Tay. We're banning Tay.
Go on.
Somebody needs to ban Tay, bro. Get her out of here. Ban the mod. Dude, I'm so used to playing Elden Ring. I thought that was one of the goobers who are in Lindell. I'm not gonna lie. I just heard the Lindell trumpet. Oh, that would have been so clean. You never played Clash of Clans either? Dude, what kind of childhood did you guys have? What the heck? Y'all never played Clash of Clans is wild. There we go. Got him. Oh, I don't have my my things to teleport people anymore. Doing. I'm not always like this. Probably know this one. Dragon Vale. Dragon City sounds very familiar. I will admit that Dragon City sounds very familiar, but I do not recognize Dragon Vale. Boom, 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 boom. There she go. There she is. Where are you? Get over here, Cheryl. Oh, that really sucks on that whiff, bro. Is somebody trying to prevent the hook right there? I never really got into my singing monsters. That was never my type of thing. I know Steven was playing it not too long ago in my server. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, dude, I've not hit any of my hooks, really. Bop. I'm really whipping my hooks. Boom, boom, boom. I think bro's dead right here. Bro is dead. I don't know where the last person is, though. Yeah, Steven's been playing very interesting games here lately. I don't know where this last person is. Tay, you're lucky I don't start calling you out on all your misspeakings of English, bro. I swear, bro. I swear. Count your days, bro. Count your days. Why I oughta. GG's. I do not. No. If you think I do it regularly, I don't. I could do it, like, to the extent that I actually see it. I got my teacher to get Monster Hunter Wilds. Nice! Congratulations. Dude, I still wish that I could play Wilds. It looks so cool, but I know the optimization is really dookie. From everything that I've seen and heard, it's very dookie, and I know my computer would not be happy playing it. Oh, right, I have not been doing my... How do you do the quests now? Do you just play? Or... How do I go about doing this? Oh, yeah, you know, you literally just play. Okay. Alright, sounds good. Thank you so much for coming on in, Miwa. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll come back tomorrow. No, Eliza, stay. Don't leave. No. Well, come on in, Eliza. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? And Pika, don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Boom. Boom, boom. Bro, you've been picking on me too. Don't be playing the victim. Don't be playing the victim. You've been bullying. Boom. Boom, boom. But yes, how's your day going, Eliza? Happy 4th of July. You doing anything fun except for some karaoke later? That's crazy, Tay. I'm not doing anything, dude. Not doing anything. I made a separate account just for that. What do you mean by that, Pika? What do you mean? Like, how? What's the whole second account for? What does that like entail? Tay, come on, man, please. Just leave me alone, man. I don't even remember where I got this this banner up here, but it's really cool. I really like it. Collecting money, don't worry about it, Pika. Please don't. Please. Save your money. You have your own expenses, Goober. I did do the workouts. See, V's actually got my back. I did do the workouts. I genuinely did do the workouts. You did this so many times, Tay, please. You pulled this so many times, bro. I'm not redoing your workouts, Tay. You do this literally every stream, dude. Pika, please save your money. Put it towards yourself. Put it towards your own funds and go have some fun, man. Just go have some fun. I did your workouts, Tang. I did your workouts. I did do them. Yeah, goober. I did your workouts, bro. I did your workouts, Tang. I don't know how, like, what to tell you, man. Boom. Boom. Dude, now that thing from My Singing Monsters is stuck in my head. I've never played it, but I've seen so many clips from My Singing Monsters, it's just like permanently stuck up there. Also, Eliza, dude, earlier when I was doing that one league match before I had to go eat, it, it was so funny, bro. Going in and just dogging on that Teemo was so funny. I'ma get you, bro. That's crazy. I worry for Tay. I worry for Tay too, V. I worry about her too. Don't worry about it, bro. We're both in the same boat here, V. We're both really worried for her well-being, you know? We're just looking out for you, Tay. I don't know what you mean by we're being mean, and we're just looking out for you. You bullied that Teemo a little too much. He shouldn't be playing Teemo top lane then. Get your Teemo out of my lane, and I'll be a happy camper. I'll be a happy camper as long as there's no Teemos running around amok in my lane. I'll be happy. Teemo deserves it. Thank you, V. V, dap me up for that one. Dap me up, bro. I know you can't physically dap me up, but my man. My man. Teemo deserves the nuclear bomb that was dropped on him. He deserves every single nuclear bomb. Take it to the face. Nah, but for real, that Pyke was so interesting. Like when all four of them jumped me, I told them to try again, and so then they brought the fifth person, and then they hold on 1 second. I just got a text from mom. Okay. After this match, I probably have to go help her in a minute. But yeah, that Pike was trying to trash talk me, and then I just went in and I started one-shotting him. Emo to the top? No. No. Pika, come on now. Come on now. Can't be doing this to me, Pika. Get Teemo out of top lane and I'll be happy. Teemo does not deserve to be in top lane. Don't make me say my top lane beliefs towards you, Eliza. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Why I oughta. Where are these scratch marks heading off to? What the heck? Alright, fine, Pika. Fine. You know what? Your Lulu, she stinks. Lulu smells. How about that, buddy? How about that, pal? Frick, Lulu. Everyone making me sad today. You're the one who's going like, oh, BMO should be up top. BMO should not be in top lane. We call Lulu stinky because Lulu is stinky, bro. She just keeps transforming me every time she sees me, bro. That's stinky behavior. I don't want to be a Yorl. I don't want to be stinky, bro. I take showers. Nuh-uh. I don't know who this one is, so can't say. She's tiny. She's a tiny little stinky woman. Dang, I almost landed that hatchet. That hatchet would have been a good play. Oh, I screwed myself right there. My bad, gang. I know Teemo in my 3 games. Screw that little furball. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Those blinds are horrible. I don't know where these people are. What the heck? Oh, they're way over there. Nexie is so evil. I know. I'm so terribly sorry. Dude, I just went in a big old circle. Seeing eye dog get over being blind, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. What the heck? Oh, there you are. I was like, where is she? You'd still miss the cannon? Bro, that's crazy. Nuh-uh. Frick you, buddy. Teemo shouldn't be in top lane. Oh man, I thought she was gonna be hiding in there. Wait, what the heck? Is she behind this wall? She was. She was hiding behind the wall, bro. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Hold on. Ah, so close. Dude, this is going horrible. It doesn't help that I hate this match with this map with a burning passion. This map is horrible. Yeah, I have played Teemo before, and he is literally one of the easiest and most mind-numbing characters, bro. It's, like 1:39 in the morning for Pika, if I'm not mistaken. Bow, bow, bow. Also, is that a new haircut available for, Sable? Oops, I hate this map so much, dude. I hate this map. This map sucks. Exactly, V. Exactly. See, you get it. This is why I respect V. V is cool. V hates Teemo. We stand the Teemo hate here. I'm gonna get an emote done that's a direct counter towards Eliza's Teemo love, and it's gonna be me just curb stomping Teemo. I think that would be pretty funny. What do you think about that, Eliza? Is that a good idea? Pika, go to sleep. How can I help support this emo? Find me an artist that'll do it. I wanna see that tiny little rodent getting curb stomped by a Set My Beloved. Yoink. Well, that sucks. Dude, I lost so badly to this game. I was trying to before today's stream, and for some reason the resolution kept coming out extremely pixelated, so I'll have to try again at another time. Pika's gotta sleep, Eliza. It's like 2 in the morning for her. I don't know where these survivors are, dude. I'm so lost. I hate this map with a burning passion. I actually despise this map, dude. This is horrible. Bruh. Oh, my scroll's not ready. I swear for God. No. Dude, I'm losing so badly. This is not going well whatsoever. Oh, there's so many of them over here. Did I? Oh, I landed that hatchet, bro. Holy. Doink. Doinky sploinky. Dang, that was so close. Hi, Tiger. Welcome on in. How you doing? Thank you so much for dropping on by. How you doing? How you doing? Thank you for coming on in. I appreciate you. Dude, I don't know how to sing. You're funny. But how you doing, Tiger? How you doing? How you doing? How was your trip? Did you make it home safely? Ah, dude, you're funny. You thinking that I can rap? Nah, bro. Nah, I can't do that. You're funny, bro. I came home on Wednesday. Well, how was your trip? I hope that your trip went very well. I'm sorry, dude. It's been a blur. I gotta go help my parent, or help my mom, rather. I will be right back. Enjoy the boobies while I'm gone. I'll be right back. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Hello, hello. How we all doing? Thank you guys for hanging out. Sorry, I had to go help my mom. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Thank you, they appreciate you. Hi, Tiger. Hello, hello. How are you guys doing? You guys got any fun plans for the 4th of July? Hi, Pika. Hello, hello. How you guys doing? Okay. Surviving the Aussie underground? You're surviving the land down under. Wow, really? You mean it? I didn't know that we were in the land down under. When are we going to go wrestle some alligators and kangaroos and the 20-foot tall spiders? I don't know what else they got down in the land down under. Hi, Foxy. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. How you doing? How you doing? Appreciate you for stopping on by. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to go pot him up. I'm going to fish to catch a kangaroo. I'm going to... Why I ought to take this shit. I'm going to give him the good old 1, 2, 1, 2.
Or like the underground of the down under. Oh, it's a sci-fi game. Nice. What is the premise behind it, V? You need a massage. Dang, is the gym really hitting you that hard, Foxy? Big snakes and big spores. Yeah, they got a lot of big old creatures down there. But yeah. But yeah, no, I can completely understand that, Foxy, if it's from the gym. When I first started in the gym, I definitely felt very sore, but the more you go to the gym and the more you work out, the more your muscles will get used to, the tension, and you won't feel the same soreness as when you first start. You did full body? Nice. Congratulations. I'm very proud. I hope that, you feel accomplished about what you've done, and you're doing great, man. Craft survival in sci-fi facility, very fun game. Ooh, that sounds cool. Hold on, what's it? Underground of the Down Under. Hold on, let me look this up real fast. Actually, Underground of the Down Under. Wait, who commented on my Steam profile? Wait. Hold on. Before I look at this. Okay, somebody put on my Steam profile just ugh. It was not you, Tay. It actually wasn't. Underground of the... No, that's not it. Oh, abiotic factor. Hold on. Oh, it's already on my wish list. I'm just taking a quick little glance. Almost a gance. Little glance at it. Ooh, there's zip lines. Oh, it's already peak. Zip lines are so cool, dude. This looks pretty cool. It's been out for over a year. I mean, it looks really sick. Dude, I have not bought anything on the summer sale, which is crazy. Oh, speaking of, I I was looking at Scotch camera and the maid outfits earlier, before stream rather, and yeah, it's been I found a maid outfit that's quite interesting. Quite interesting, if I must say, but he is. Very fun game, but enjoying the hell out of it. Started a run since 1.0 coming soon. Nice. That dude,
Whenever it comes into the 1.0 version of the game, it's more of like a released version. I love those types. Having so many games, you forget what's on your wish list. Hey man, what can I say? What can I say? I don't think I quit. This is what happens. I look at a game, I'm like, ooh, that looks pretty cool. I throw it on my wish list, and then I forget about it. But yeah, here I can potentially pull up the like a picture of the maid outfit that I sent Pika. Hold on, I gotta find it. Only 125. Those are rookie numbers. Hold on, how many do I have on my wish list? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna blow you out of the park right here, V. I have 894 games on my wish list. I have 894 games on my wish list right now. What do you mean next what? What happened? What happened? What happened? 894. Yeah, I did not stutter. I'll say it loud and proud. I have 894 games on my Steam wish list. Loud and proud. Click the button below to continue shopping. Okay. I'm just gonna create a new source. I'm gonna create a window capture. This is all temporary, so. Hi, Aurora. Welcome on in.
Why are you on? I'm gonna get you, bro. No. I'm coming for that title. Watch me, Aurora. Watch me. I'm gonna steal it. Watch me.
Wait. Hold on. This is what I was talking about, though. This is the. Oops, that is not how I do it. Hold on. This is the outfit I was talking about. I'm like trying to crop it. This is the outfit I was referring to. Yeah, it comes with the thigh highs. Oh, it does not show on there. I know, I am, bro. Oh, so, hey, yo, what? Dude, somebody redeemed the maid outfit, Aurora, so I have to, man. Hey, man. Hey. If I'm gonna be dropping the money, might as well, you know? You guys deserve it for watching for that long, you know? There we go. I mean, when it comes to the maid outfit, you go all out. Exactly, bro. See, thank you, Foxy. 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 Thank you, Foxy. I appreciate you. I have the pink one on my wish list, really? Yo, we're gonna be twinning out here, Aurora. We gotta be murder benoys together, you feel me? We're gonna be slaughtering all of them. Just two murder benoys in maid outfits, bro. Y'all are crazy. What do you mean? What do you mean we're crazy? It's just a typical Nexus stream. What do you mean? What you mean? So many of the others. Wait, imagine if I could snipe this guy. Watch this. Oh, that'd have been so nice. That could have been really freaking cool. Magical girl is coming closer by the minute. I mean, yeah. I tried to pick one that kind of fit what you wanted, Pika, for the magical girl. Especially since you've gifted so many subs. I'm just like, alright, hold on. I gotta find one that's both a maid outfit, but also kind of fits what Pika wants. You feel me? Oh, he didn't fully commit right there. That's surprising. I thought he was gonna commit right there. I could potentially just pull it out of him. Nah, that's risky. Oh, and he goes down! Hook, line, and sinker! Woo! That was a good hit. That was a good hit. I'm proud of myself for that one, bro. That was a good throw. Bop.
Up on the hook you go, my boy.
Aw, they finished that gen. That's so sad. Hold on.
Smell him. Oh, he dropped.
Bop.
Get that ass over here, Vittorio. Get that ass over here. I can smell you.
Wait, hold on, watch this. Bop. Beautiful. Magnificent. Wonderful, if I must say.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Magnificent. Wait, hold on. They are... Whoa, they are really progressing that generator behind me.
Stop your screaming, boy. Stop your screaming.
I need to grab some there we go. I need an invite. Doink. Noise. I don't know where the Fang went. She was over here. She kind of scampered this way, if I'm not mistaken. Ah, no, I don't know where she went. That sucks. I'm going to take the door and see which gens are being worked on. No, wait, hold on. I don't have the the add-on. Break, dude. I don't have the add-on to see which gens are being worked on. That's so unfortunate. Oh, that sucks. That's embarrassing. A way bit embarrassing, if I must say. Can I pre-drop? No. She's not going to pre-drop that, is she? She's going to take that hit, though. She going to take that hit.
She gonna enjoy it. She gonna love it. Get that ass over here, Fang. Bring that ass over here.
Oh, wait, hold on. She has... Oh, there she is. Can't see your scratch marks, but I can still find you. How far can I... No, you can't hook them too far. Oh, it's not letting me use my remote hook. Oh, now it is. Yeah, I want a remote hook way over there. We gotta make it quick over there. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Get off my gen. Get off my gen. What did I just tell you? What did I just tell you, broski? I told her to get off my gen, did I not? Like, hello? Hello? It shows that one, but I'm at 124,000. Oh, man. I'm shivering in my timbers, bro. But yeah, the more people who redeem the 200,000, the more I have to wear it, so... Yeah. You guys already have a little sneak peek at which outfit I'm gonna be wearing, so... I will make it. I believe in you. You're gonna do a wonderful job. I believe in you, Pika. I believe in you. Where's this guy running to? What the heck? Oh, that would have been so nice. Hold on. Bop. Let me get you another crown. What do you mean another crown? I don't even have one. There he is. I was like, where'd he go? What outfit you thinking? Well, I mean, I just showed the one, V. You silly goose. Oh, hook, line, and sinker. Oh, did not let me pick him up. Yoink. Ooh, I saw some scratch marks right here. I did not see any scratch marks right there. My bad. I might be a little bit schizophrenic. I think Tay's schizophrenia is starting to wear off on me, bro. Somebody working on this? Somebody was, but not anymore. I feel like Next wants to go fishing. I would love to go fishing, bro. Fishing is so peak. I've not gone fishing in a while, but I love fishing. Another one with a crown. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, save your money, Pika. Save your money, Goober. I want my what's a diadem? I don't know what a diadem is. That's an unfamiliar word. Bop. Boom, boom, boom. Wow, really? What's a diadem? Hook, line, and sinker. Do you know what it is, Tay? I feel like Dora right now. Do you know what that item is? No, worth every penny. That's crazy. It's a very pretty crown. Now, if anything, you should be wearing that pretty crown, Pika. What you talking about? Bop. Oh, I missed. That's so sad. Oh, you can block the vaults as a survivor? That's annoying. You could see it? That's crazy, V. That's crazy. Bap. Bap, 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 bow. Bap, bap, bow. You ignored the fact I knew. I did not see it, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. I did not know. Gotta let her princess wear her crown too. What? Wait. What the heck? What the heck? Oh my god, I'm your princess. Oh my god. Thanks. Oof. Oh wait, that landed. That landed. That landed. Yes, sir. Oh! You're dead. Get out of here, buddy. Get out of here. Bye-bye. Have a nice trip. Bow, bow, bow. Dang, no one's over there. I really want to... I need to start using his doors more. I just kind of spun around in a circle right there. Go that ass in a circle. Go that ass in a circle. That's how it be right now, bro. Throw that ass in a circle. Throw that ass in a circle. Throw that ass in a circle. I'm dying, guys. I'm dying. It's a terrible day. Oh, I don't know where they went. Throw that ass in a circle. No, they're going to go for that save. I'm calling it. No? They are not going for that save. What the frick? Throw that ass in a circle. Frick. Hang on, can I damage this gen real fast? Nah, I don't know where they are. They got the save! That's crazy. Oh! That landed. That was a crazy throw, bro. Absolutely insane. Throw that ass in a circle. Where's she running to, bro? You're going into a dead zone. Going into a dead zone there, Pookie. Where we going? Where are we going? What the heck? Oh, dude, I swear she's so fast. The survivors feel so much faster than Springtrap. Bop. Go that ass in a circle. Oh, there we go. Throw her way over there. Go that ass in a circle. Okay, which gen are they gonna touch? Or which door, rather? I would assume this door, right? There's no door. Oh, no, there is a door right here. Yes, we are back on DBD right now, Lunar. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. I appreciate you. Okay, I know where they are. Throw that ass in a circle. So how's your day going, Lunar? Happy 4th of July. Thank you so much for coming on in. Appreciate you. How you doing? How you doing? I don't know where they went. What the frick? That's a little bit unfortunate. Get back into the doors, I guess. I'm gonna gamble. Maybe we can get somebody coming over here. Nope. Ride 'em, cowboy. Hey, man. Even if you ain't American, still have some reason to fire off guns into the air. You feel me? Wait, hold on. I see the Dwight. Bro thinks this is Fortnite? Bro thinks this is Fortnite? Don't move. Not legal advice. You're so real. I forgot to put that disclosure. My bad, Chief. My bad, cuh. Didn't mean it, cuh. Aw, imagine if she was just hiding in that corner. That'd be really funny. Can you give me hatch? No. That sucks. Springtrap is a lot of fun. Been having a lot of fun. My only issue with him is he feels really slow in chase for me. I could just be used to Wesker, though. It's very likely. I don't know where this Fang is, though. She could be hiding anywhere, bro. That's the downside. Imagine if there's a way to show where Hatch is. For the killer, at least. That could be really insane. If the match goes on for too long, it just illuminates where Hatch is. That could be exploited. I'm not saying it wouldn't be, but I feel like it could be pretty cool. If you... Oh, wait, there she is. I see her. I see her. I see the Fang. Hold on. I don't know if I'm going to catch her. I don't know. Bro wants survivors to cry more. Yeah, I hate survivors. Them coming in here and getting pissed off at me is so funny. I want it to happen more. I hope that they get more pissed off. I want more unbalanced killers. Where does she go? What the freak? There she is. Oh. Bruh. Racers are always the best. Yeah, because they're so funny, dude. It's a video game, and you're coming into a Twitch chat all pissed off. Like, hello? I'm obviously winning. You are going out of your way to come into my stream and try to rage bait me. Hello? I'm winning in that situation. Bow, bow, bow. Aw, dang. That sucks. Bro, can you stop running? Please and thank you. You just got a 360 by a bunny mommy with a wiener. I know, bro. The fattest wiener. That was so stupid of me. Terrible play by me. I'm really hoping she does not find Hatch right here. I was kind of hoping for her to pre-drop. Ooh, she thought about that one. You really thought about that one. There she is. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. Come on. Come on, give it to me. Just a little bit closer. A little bit closer. A little bit closer. Oh! Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Drop that pallet for me. Drop that pallet for me. I know you want to. Really want to, Fang. Come on, just give it to me. Come on, give me that pallet, please. Give me that pallet, please. You should do an orbital? What do you mean an orbital? Oh, no! Generational fumble right there, bro. Oh. Wait, I hear the hatch. I hear the hatch. Bop. That's crazy. That's crazy. Give me that ass. Give me that ass. GG's, bro. GG's. G freaking G's. That was funny. It falls down. Yeah, dude. It's really hefty. GG. Have a wonderful day and drop a smiley face. GG, I guess. Bro, I guess. I guess. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. What a nerd, for real, bro. For real. Queue up into your next match, broski. I'm gonna go back to Wesker. I want to play some Wesker. I haven't played Wesker in a while. I still really want to hit Prestige 100 on Wesker. If I'm gonna hit Prestige 100 on any killer, I want it to be Wesker. Dude, the toxic bunny emote is perfect for Dead by Daylight. I love it. So beautiful, bro. So beautiful. Why was I pinged twice in the VTE chat? Hold on, 1 second. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Sorry, I was just responding to a message in the VTE server. I saw that I was pinged in there. I try to stay up to date on what's going on in there. Actually, hold on. While we're queued up for this batch, I'm just going to run across my room. I have a portable charger. So give me 1 sec. Alright, I'm back. Hello! Where is... There it is. Dude, I really want to get a 3D model done. I think a 3D model would be the next type of model that I get. I feel like I would have so much availability to like content and goofing around with it. I feel like, especially because you get hands! You get hands! So I can just flip you guys off, you know? I can just be goofy with a 3D model, and I think that could be a lot of fun. Pinged me my server. Let me see. I'm a humble orbital spring trap. Hold on, I gotta see this. Hold on 1 second. What? Hold on, I gotta rewatch that. That's insane, dude. That orbital spring trap was insane. Holy. That's really crazy. That's crazy. Also, I'm really looking forward to seeing what you do for your Duchess artwork, Lunar. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you do, and your Jinx and Powder artwork was really awesome. I hope I can cook on it. I know you're gonna do amazing, bro. Every single artwork that you've posted in my server thus far, Lunar, has been amazing. You do amazing work. Do you commission at all, or do you just do it all, you know, for yourself or for others? Like, do you make any money off of this type of stuff? Do you do commissions? Like, is that something that you want to do? Because your artwork is amazing, bro. I've been wondering for a while. You do want to, so like, it's in the works. It's in the works. Well, let me know when you set up like a VGen or whatever you will be doing your like marketplace. I don't know what like the proper word for that is, but yeah. I've been trying to promote your TikTok, but it lacks views. Really? Hold on. Do you do speed paints or something on there? Don't mind me pulling up TikTok right now. Bigfoot gets catfished is the first thing that I pull, like, opens up on TikTok. That's crazy. Is your TikTok Lunar Art official, or what is that? Lunar being an art god for real, dude. Lunar's artwork is goated. I'm trying to find your TikTok right now. But Lunar, regarding TikTok, I completely understand, bro. Whenever I post on TikTok, wait, what? How come all my TikToks are saying that they have 0 views? Wait, what? Oh, there we go. I refreshed my page. So my most recent TikTok has 2 views, and then 7, 10, 9, 8, 11, 10, 9, 7. Yeah, dude, my TikTok does not do well. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've really struggled to find success over on TikTok. The most you got was 2K. The most I've ever gotten was 10,000, or sorry, 17,000, and that was because I was joking and touching grass, bro. I was just goofing around, and that happened to be my highest viewed video on there. But over on YouTube, I get a lot more views and a lot more engagement, so I don't know how artwork goes on TikTok or YouTube, but for a lot of VTubing content, I've found a lot more success over on YouTube. So regarding that, that's about all the recommendations I can give, because it's 2 different niches, so I really don't know how it works over on the artwork side, but I would definitely try out YouTube. I need to get that Sable mask, bro. I can get that Sable mask. Don't mind me. Just the first thing that I buy. Don't mind me. I would feel bad commissioning, but Dude, both of you guys are amazing artists. You guys both do amazing artwork. You guys deserve all the praise in the world, bro. There's no PayPal and barely anything. Wait, so is it kind of like people don't use it, or it's like, do you have access to that type of stuff at least, Lunar? Oh, he's just straight up not available. Oh. Yeah, that's tough then. I'm gonna be honest, that's tough. I don't know about that one then, I'm not gonna lie. Is it all money transfer apps are not available, or it is very tough? Yeah, I did not know it was that, like, I didn't know it was like that, you feel me? But yeah, I wonder if any money sharing is available. No PayPal, no Venmo, no Cash App. So is anything allowed, or is it all just like unavailable? We got it down already. That's huge. Surely there has to be some sort of money transfer system. Ooh. Yeah, I would definitely check into some of them and see what you can find. Because you definitely deserve to be commissioned, man. You do amazing artwork. Bum 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 bada bada bum 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 bum. Hang on. I'm trying to lock in and take the Sable down, bro. Un momento. Oh, that was horrible. Genuinely ass. Ah, what was that? Bum 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 bum. Got her. I can't say why Spotify wasn't even available. Wait, really? Dang, not even Spotify is insane, man. That's a shocker to me. Dang. I wonder why not Spotify. Unless if there's like some sort of political issues regarding it. It's nothing that I've ever heard of, though. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Nice hit. We are just very backwards. I mean, I guess. No Spotify is interesting, though. Unless if there's, like, some sort of limit on freedom of, like, art or something. Don't mind me just casually getting head on. Boy, have I missed Dead by Daylight. Oh boy, I love Head On. Such a good perk, am I right, guys? Such a good perk. Isn't Dead On or Head On so good? Isn't anybody who uses Dead On or Head On so good at this game, guys? They're so freaking good at this game. My Pebble Brain could never comprehend them using Head On. Nice try, dumbass. Tried to pallet stun me and messed it up, bro. Bow, 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 boom, 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 boom. Get out of here!
Just getting started.
Where's she at? Oh, she's way up there. We're not making that. We ain't making that whatsoever, broskies. I mean, hey. 3 hooks for 2 gens lost. Not too bad. It's not ideal, but it's not bad. I'm gonna try to proxy a little bit. Dude, I feel that, Lunar. Back when I was first starting, it definitely looked bad, but everything that you've shown off lately has looked so good, bro. Your artwork is immaculate. Bop. Bow. Damn. Dude, there's no freaking way. I hate this game. I freaking hate this game. I hate this game. GG's go next. If the artist expect this factor, I'd be confused about switch with the... I mean, I guess, yeah. Wait, what the heck? Foxy, after what just happened, no, I do not. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum.
Dead ass over here, Nicholas.
Good job wasting that. So proud. You did so good, Nicholas. So proud. Bum, 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 bum. Online with my debit card. It's not available, really? That's really weird then. Do you guys have special, like, laws or something? Oh, frick. That's not good. You can only purchase things locally. That's interesting. Frick. Bum, 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 bum. See, with Wesker, it feels like I never fall out of chase. I never feel like I fall out of chase. But whenever I'm playing Springtrap, I feel like I'm always constantly running out of chase. It feels horrible. It's not like I was even dashing around in that chase. Who is this? Oh, it's the Sable. Sable's on Dead Hook. Oh, I don't know if I catch here. I don't know if I catch here. Ooh, we catch her. Yeah, I can assure you, Lunar, if you said, like, if you were to say that in my chat, like, I know you just did, but I can assure you 99% of people do not know where that is, bro. So I think you're good. I don't know where that is, even though, like, I know roughly. I can't point to it on a map. I cannot point to that on a map, bro. GG's. It has a population of 1 million. Jeez. That's like the population of my city. Oh, wonderful. Yay. Drop a smiley face. Spread that positivity. Spread that positivity. We got 2 GG's. Dude, this is going a lot better than last time that I was playing Dead by Daylight. Last time I was playing Dead by Daylight, it was so hard for me to get GG's in return. It's tiny, yeah. It sounds pretty small, especially for like a country. A country population of 1 million is crazy. Yeah, you thought so? Yeah, no. Very, very interesting. Crazy thing, we are made up of 2 countries, and the second country is smaller? Really? You cross a whole island in 4 hours? That's cool, though. Yeah, no, couldn't tell you what continent it's in. Hi, Kieran. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. I appreciate you. How you doing? How you doing? But yeah, no, dude. I could not be able to point that out on a map. Dude, I do not want that Houndmaster outfit, bro. Why? Why do you have to put a Houndmaster outfit in here? I hate Houndmaster. She sucks. Doctor, Huntress, Trapper, Nurse. Very cool. I really do like that katana, though. That katana is clean. But yeah, I'm doing good. Happy 4th of July, broski. Probably can't even see it on a world map. Probably not. If it's an island, probably not. Especially when it comes down to smaller islands, like what you're saying for, you know, you can drive across in 4 hours. Yeah, no, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. But hey, at least you got a nice tropical climate. At least you got that. Dude, I've always wanted to live on an island. I feel like that could be so freaking cool. Obviously, you know, with you being born
I'm assuming born. You know, living on an island. It probably doesn't have like the same effect, but I think it could be really cool living on an island. Yeah, my place is boring in comparison. Yeah, no, same. Same. All we got is wildfires, bro. That's all we got here. Dude, you can't even use these anymore? Oh, that sucks. Oh, well.
Coconut screen pie.
Yeah, all we got here are wildfires, heat, and suffering, bro. We got the gnarly droughts. Got the unbearable heat. It's not fun, bro. And guns. Dude, in California now. Dude, not even here, bro. We don't got the American spirit. We got forest, at least, but yeah. Germany. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Everything that I've heard about Germany, I would imagine kind of like more flattish to maybe some rolling plains. If I'm gonna be real with you, yeah, you're gonna have patches of forest. But whenever I imagine Germany, especially when I went out into like the rural farmlands of Germany, it really started to pick in, like it really started to go into my what I imagine as Germany. But I will admit that like the rolling plains out in Germany, at least when I like from what I saw, was really pretty. Oh, the part that I went to, Pika, had rolling plains at least. I thought it was pretty cool. I was on a farmland and I made friends with there's this one calf and it was really sweet. And I got to pet its mom and that was really cool. Dude, I was surprised. I've not really been on too many farms in my life. But, like, majority of the farms that I were on were more like rustic, you know, you milk the cows with your hands. Dude, the cow or the farm that I was at in Germany, they had like a whole milking, like automatic milking robot for the cow. And I was like, that's really weird, but that's really cool. Like, I thought it was really interesting seeing like the whole machine, like the cow just walks in, it milks its udders, and then the cow just walks out in the next like minute. I thought it was like really interesting. Hi Panda, how you doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. How you doing? How you doing? How you feeling? I appreciate you for stopping on by. I want to live on a farm. I have chickens. Nice, dude. I would love to go, like, let's say northern Canada, you know, like the northern provinces and whatnot, where it's pretty much just like forest. I would love to go up into those forests, cut down some trees, build a house out of it, like a cottage, and just live off the land, you feel me? I think that would be really cool. I would love that, man. How you guys milk your cows? Well, like I was just saying, Pika, I don't live on a farm. Like, you know, all the farms that I've been to, you know, you milk your cows with your hands. But when I was at the farm in Germany, they had like a whole machine, which I thought was cool. Because I don't live on a farm. I live in a city. I don't live near any of that. But yeah. Yeah, stay safe, Panda. Had some deep talk with my old teacher. Hope it all went very well, and I hope that you get home safely, Panda. Be safe, my friend. John, Jewel, and Arvin. I don't know who those are. But if they're with you, hello. Hi, Panda and Pika's friends. Walking Dead. I'll be back later if you're still streaming. All right, sounds good. Thank you so much for coming on in, Lunar. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful rest of your day and have fun watching The Walking Dead. See you later, my friend. Goodbye. Have a great one. Yeah, you have fun. I'm glad, Panda. I'm glad. Aye, aye, Captain. See, that's why I wish I could have arms, and that's why I really want to get a 3D model. And then I could just, like, salute you guys out. I'd be like, aye, aye, Captain. Just, like, salute you guys out of stream. I could wave at you guys. I could flip Tay off. I feel like that could be pretty fun.
Pretty fun. Those are just some classmates. Sounds good. Well, glad that you're safe and just hanging around. Dude, I feel like it'd be really interesting to do like a VR chat stream, feel me? 8 more hours? Wait, 8 more hours until what? Until work? Or what? I'm confused. Yeah, going to bed soon. Well, I hope that when you are able to go to sleep, Panda, I hope that you sleep very well. Until Doom, I'm assuming work. Work, yeah. Rip. Rip. If only Victor had a top hat. You're so real, JP. You're so real. Watching, or not watching, but reading what the developers have to say about the game is very interesting. Bye, Panda. You're awesome too. Have a wonderful rest of your night and be safe. Sweet dreams, my friend. Sweet dreams. I saw like, oh, there you are.
Get that ass over here. Get that ass over here.
Wait, hold on. They don't know? They don't know? They do know. They know, chat. They know. Bow, 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 bow. Got him. That's a really good swinging. Bop. Ooh, you're right here too. What you doing over here? You're over here screaming, bro. That's not good for you. That's not good for you. You shouldn't be screaming. No pallets for you. No, sir. Oh, they already got that save. That's fine. We're about to get a second down right here. Boom! Boom! Got him. Wonderful. Just starting. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Oh! That was a good hit. Beautiful indeed. Idiot. I want to be screaming while grabbed by Wesker. That's crazy, Pika. That's crazy, broski. Oh, there you are. Got him.
Performance indeed.
Hey, all I'm saying is blonde. I'm scared. What do you mean by that, V? Because I'm blonde. What do you mean by that, broski? What you mean by that, V? Yeah, that's why I'm concerned. I'm like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Should I be concerned? Why are you doing the sad, Pika? Oh god, V. Waggle's eyebrow is crazy. That's crazy. What will your wife say about this, V? Your manager will be hearing about this. Oh, that would have been so clean. She already knows. She already knows is a wild thing, bro. That's crazy. Dude, what was that for? You just wasted your scroll. Pop. But yeah, I'm concerned. What do you mean by blondes, bro? You're also collecting wives? I didn't even know, bro. Didn't even know, Pika. Guess I was doing it without my own knowledge, I guess. Just nonchalant about it. Oh, I see somebody right there. Hey, I see you. I'm chasing Broski down. Hold on, ready. He's getting away. Dude, Scarlett Johansson is hot, though. I don't think anybody can dispute that, Pika. Scarlett Johansson is really hot. Jean Grey. Dude, there's a lot of baddies. Bop. Bro's dead. Did a hail. Oh, wait. You talking about the actress behind Black Widow, Pika? If so, then yeah. I think she's talking about Scarlett Johansson.
Playtime
Playtime is
is over.
over. Bop! Got him. Magnificent. Well, I'm gonna hook her way over there. I think when you remotely hook, you don't see where your obsession is. To be fair, that'd be real. No, you do. Oh yeah, dude, Scarlett Johansson's really hot. I don't know. I kind of like Elizabeth Olsen a little bit more, in my opinion. Damn. Boom, boom. Got him. I mean, OG Harley, not Robbie. Can you send me a picture of the OG Harley Quinn then? That way I can see what you're talking about. I am curious, my boy. I thought I saw somebody over there. So you like tomboys, Pika. I see. I fuck with it. I fuck with it. Damn. Oh, there's the Sable. Bum 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 bum. Hi Foxy, how you doing? How you doing? I think that's like as far as I can get it. That sucks. I'm right behind you. Oh, you idiot. Oh, you idiot. Yeah, can you send me a picture of her so that way I can see what you're talking about? Please. I want to see what Broski's on about. But I'm glad that you're doing good, Foxy. I appreciate you hanging around. Get out of here. Already sent? Let me see. I need to see this. Oh, from the animated series. Yeah, I can mess with that. I got you. I see.
I mess with it. I'm Batwoman. That's crazy. Hold on, I gotta say GG's. Oh, they all left before I could say GG's, bro. That's so sad. I'm literally sobbing right now, bro. The Exo Stranger from Destiny 2. Dude. Okay. Wait. V. Well, this applies to Pika too. So V and Pika. Weren't you guys gonna make like a like a smasher pass thing for me? Weren't you guys gonna do that? Yeah, dude. Okay, you know that those what are they called? Where like the ranking charts? I feel like that could be pretty fun to do for a stream. You will, dude. I feel like that could be pretty fun. It would be very interesting to do. I've never done one of those ranking charts though. I could just like let me get it done on Sunday. I can set up something and be like, "Hey, submit your most wild hero." Or no, not wild. I don't trust you guys. I'll just say send in your hear me outs, and then I can put it on the chart or something like that. We send this, and next you can rank from choices. Do you have time on Sunday? I think you guys are talking to each other. But yeah, I feel like that could be a really funny thing to do on stream. I could just be like, bro, what is this? Or like, if it's like reasonable on a smasher pass, then like, well, hear me out. Wait, which? Oh, so I thought you guys were okay, never mind. I guess I'm thinking of like two separate ideas then. My bad. But yeah, no, I think that could be pretty funny to do. Like both of them. You can ask in the server. I can like then make the list ready. Yeah, I can make a channel in the server real fast. And here. Which one is this gonna be for, the Smasher Pass or the Hear Me Out? Which channel do you want to be made, Pika? Which one do you want done? Or if you want both, let me know. Let me know. Then I will clear it up with YouTube. Both? Alright. I'll name this. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do this actually. I'm gonna create a category. I'm gonna name it ranking things. And it's going to be private to Buns because that's what we have, guys. Submit for. There we go. Where did that go? Okay, I'm gonna put that up above gaming. I'm gonna name this ranking. Okay, I'm gonna create 3 channels actually. Information. Then ranking. Smash or pass. Ranking. Hear me out. Okay. Yeah, that's why I put an information channel in the ranking things category. And we can... I think what I'll do... Actually, I can...
Hold on, I'm just gonna type up like a really quick thing for the ranking information. Let me go ahead and click play, so that way we're at least queued into a match. So let me just figure out what to say right here real fast. Okay, I just created a quick little thing. I'm gonna change the permissions in the information so that way you guys cannot send messages in there, but you guys can react, you can do all that. Yeah, I will create more information in both the Smasher Pass and the Hear Me Outs after stream. Right now it's just gonna have to be regulated, obviously. I don't know how many people really check on my server too often, but yeah, Pika V, you guys already know, like, the baseline rules. You guys know, keep it safe for work, all that. Yeah, that's why I just wanted to set a quick little information channel up. Be like, hey, yeah, anyone can submit. Just make sure it's safe for work. And then when it comes down to it, I will, because obviously, like, hey, let's say we want to rank some food. Obviously, it would not make sense if, like, I'm just like, hey, make sure everything depicted is 18 plus. Why would the food want to be 18 plus? You know, that's why I'm going to go into the separate channels and be like, hey, this is the rule. Yeah. Yeah. None of that noodle nonsense. Yeah. I'll create individual rules and I'll make sure it's pinned in that chat. And yeah. Like I said, I'm looking into it and make the list for you. I appreciate it, Vika. So like, you know, if anybody wants to submit anything in there, or like when you finish it up, you can like put it into one of those channels, and that way it's all organized. You feel me? But yes, I will go through and I will create more in-depth rules on those two channels that we have set up right now after stream. Looking up every character and collect pictures and make that ready for you. I appreciate it, Pika. Yeah, if you just give me names, I'm gonna be like, who is this? Who is this? Why? What? But yeah, I like pictures. Pictures are good. Pictures are great. I like eating paint. Yummy. I can definitely do that. I appreciate it, Pika. Thank you. Thank you. I'll have to make sure I line it up and make sure I don't do a Smasher Pass in the maid outfit. That would be very embarrassing. And then I find the website you can rank them on and send that to you too. I think I might know what the website is. Hold on. I can pull. Let me look up on my phone real fast, since we're just sitting here waiting in queue. Dude, I don't know. No, this is the same number. Okay, I'm just gonna... Is this the same tracking number? No, it's a different tracking number. I don't know who this person is. I'm just gonna... Yes. Because they've texted me last month and this month, being like, oh, hey, your package has been delivered. I'm like, no, never got a package delivered. And then they went silent, and then today they sent me some more stuff, and I'm just like, okay. Let me go ahead. Where website can use to rank things? No, I don't want to use that. Oh, tiermaker.com. That's literally what it's called. It's just tiermaker.com. What kind of dragons are we talking about, Pika? What kind of dragons are we talking about? And hi, Tiger. Welcome back. How you doing? How you doing? Thank you so much for coming on back. I appreciate you. We go ahead and pull up the link, and I can just drop it into there. There we go. Cool. Alex Straza. I don't know who that is. That's crazy, Foxy. That's crazy. Frick you! Why I order? I've been in a chokehold by music videos and K-pop demon hunters. Oh no, not you too. Oh no. I feel like everyone is just like obsessed with K-pop demon hunters, dude. Like everybody that I've talked to is just like, oh yeah, K-pop demon hunters. Like dragons from Monster Hunter. Okay, Pika, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you put monsters from Monster Hunter, I'm gonna put it in a pass. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm putting it in a pass. And yeah, Tiger, I tried to watch it. It's just, it really was not my thing. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep. It just was not my thing. Shun the non-believer. I don't like musical type of stuff, bro. I tried. I at least tried. I at least tried, Tiger. We gotta nuke you, not you too, Kieran. No! No! Come on, now! Save me! I mean, I'm really not a fan of K-pop, Tiger. It's not my music, you goober. I don't know if we could be friends. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, all the parts that I heard were just K-pop. Bop.
You disappoint me. Is that the best?
But yeah, even with normal pop, it's just not really my type of music. So yeah. Doink.
Just getting started.
Yeah, it's not my type of thing. So with it being musical and music that I don't really like, it just kind of was set up not for me. But I mean, not everything has to be for everybody. Everyone's got their own thing. Everyone's got their own tastes and stuff. Oh, frick. That was no bueno. Oh, you did not go for that pallet stun? That's crazy. I was really expecting that too. Frick, dude. Oh, that was a very interesting play. What the frick? Bop. Got him! Hook, line, and sinker. Get down out of here. Get that booty on out of here. I think last year was an immediate thing. Hi, Steven. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for dropping on by. How you doing? Steven, I know you're not interested in like the first two things that we've talked about, but the third thing that we were talking about, I want to start ranking food. So, when I set up that channel, you can put your food recommendations and I can rank it on stream. How did your headset break? They want a Smasher Pass and a Hear Me Out. And I agreed to those, so I know those aren't the, like, you won't want to do those two things, but I would be shocked if you want to participate in those two. It short-circuited when you were wearing, no way, bro. One of them was the Hear Me Out, the other one was a Smasher Pass, and that's why I was like, if I'd be very surprised if you wanted to participate in those two. But yeah, that's why I'm like, hey, I want to make a food one. That's gonna be the one that you would probably want to participate in. Yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. She's already asked if she could, and I said no. Well, I didn't say no. I just said that I was going to put them in pass, which is kind of like a no, I guess. I don't know. I'm a hold back, though. I would hope so, bro. It's got to be safe for work. It's got to be safe for work. I feel like I got to stress that a lot when it comes down to the Smasher Pass. Especially if they Hear Me Outs, dude. I feel like I don't know. I want to put different things there. Go for it. Go for it. It's just gonna be a fun little thing. Okay, what's like your most concerning one then, Steven? Let me hear what your most concerning one is, and then I will go from there. I'm gonna have 3 dragons on there? That's crazy. Can't tell you any of them are gonna get the smash, Pika. I'm being honest with you. Can't tell you if any of them are gonna get smash. Performance indeed. Yeah, we're waiting, Steven. Come on. What's your most interesting one? We'll see about that. What, you're gonna make like the hottest one on there or something? What are you gonna do? Bop. Give me a sec. Oh no. Bro's pulling out the Holy Grail. He's gotta remember its name? Oh no. What is bro about to pull out? Bro just dropped an it. Uh-oh. That's not concerning. I did ask, but I'm concerned that you said it. You're dead.
You're tunneling, you're tunneling, you're tunneling.
But yeah, I did ask. Dang. Yeah, Steven, no pressure. We're just all gonna be shaming you. Don't worry. That would get. Wait, what? Steven, do not be saying that, my boy. Do not be saying that. That is insane to drop, broski. Pop.
Do you actually think you could defeat me?
Do you actually think that you could defeat me? Bum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Bop. Dude, I'm so worried about what Steven's cooking up. Are they hiding in this locker? No. What the freak? What? Oh, there's the Nia. Damn. I don't know where the Nia went. Website and send you that. Okay, sounds good, Pika. Yeah, I kind of want to do a blind version of it, if that makes sense. I feel like that could be a lot more fun. Doing a blind, like, ranking would be really cool. Obviously, I need somebody to, like, overlook and make sure that everything is safe to stream. But, like, yeah, it would be pretty cool to do it kind of blind. First reaction on stream, you know? Yeah, I trust you, Pika. I trust you. Bum, 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 bum. Hear me out on this? Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening, Steven. I'm listening. What is it? What is it? Monster for Quiet Place? Steven. Steven. Do we need to have a talk? Do we need to have an intervention for this?
Is that all you have?
Yeah.
I'll see you dead.
W4K. Don't mind me just casually being traumatized by you guys. Don't mind that. I got a really cool 4K. Can somebody turn that into like a really cool montage with some late 2000s metal, like, yeah. I want some Skrillex in the background, bro. I want some Skrillex in the background of that really cool play. Okay, but Xenomorph Queen is a lot more, like, normal. I feel like a lot more people are like, oh yeah, Xenomorph Queen, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. I feel like that's a lot more of a normal one. Hold on, I gotta pull up the monster from Quiet Place, that way I can judge you properly. Hang on, I'm pulling this up. That thing! Steven! Brother. Hold on. Hang on. You looked at this thing and said, ah, yes, it's breedable. Say psych right now, broski. Steven. I'm ashamed right now, bro. I'm scared for this hear me out list, bro. I'm scared. After what Steven just said, I'm scared. Oh, Lord. Welcome back, Steven. Welcome back. That's by far the worst one. That's... No. I would pass, Pika. Pass. But it's near the bottom for a reason. That's crazy. You'd be a bottom for it, bro. That's crazy. Crazy pass right there. What you mean, crazy pass?
What you mean by that?
That's a dude, man. That's a dude. I'm not gay. He's not a femboy, so I'll pass. He's too much of a man. He's too manly. He's not feminine enough. I have some standards, bro. He's too much of a man. I don't want his tentacles going all over me either, bro. Dude, I don't even know, like... I don't know. None of the, like, Lovecraftian stuff really sticks out to me, you feel me? Nothing Lovecraftian has ever been like Awooga Smash. If that makes sense. I don't know. I guess I'm just like that vanilla or something. Yogoth? Hold on. What is Steven on about? Let's see. Brother. That's like a... What? What? No. What is this? I would hope it's a joke, bro. Anybody who's into this is... Ugh. That's a red flag if they're into that thing. That's like being into Re. I see your vision. That's crazy. Nah, Coffee. Nah, don't be coming in here and be like, I see your vision on Shogoth. Nah, bro. Nah. I ain't put my schmeat near that. I completely agree, broski. I completely agree. Coffee, what do you want about brother? What?
No, don't be based about that. Nah. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Take a step back. Take a step back. Nuh-uh. No. No, sir. Nuh-uh. Oh, Steven. Last night I got on to Night Rain, and I was wanting to mess around with Iron Eye, and I went up against the I forget the final boss's name is, but the guy who splits the sky. I went up against him with two other Iron Eyes, and we eviscerated his health bar. It was insane, dude. 3 Iron Eyes is disgusting. We were just constantly like breaking the mark or whatever it's called, and it was chunking the final boss. It was insane. Because we hit level 12 on the first day. Have you ever seen how wet that maw is? If it doesn't bite, I would totally... Wait, what do you mean how wet that maw is? What do you mean? What? Malekith, though? That's crazy. That's a dog. That's a dog. Nah, bro. If Malekith was a woman, I would go feral. I mean... I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. That's not a dog. Yeah, it is. Maw is mouth. If it doesn't bite, I would... Jesus Christ. Dude, nah, look. No. Malekith is a giant wolf. What do you mean? All the people, like all the wolves that served the, what are they called? Empyreans, there we go. Yeah, no, that was because of America. That was genuinely because of America. Yeah, the aura that he got from America. Same with Blythe. Blythe is more of a werewolf, I will agree there. But Malekith is a wolf. Malekith was a wolf. I don't know what you're on about, bro. That was, yeah, he was able to speak because of America. Apparently not, Steven. Apparently not. You don't understand the ways? I guess not. It's about the personality. I don't know, man. I don't know. Coming from somebody who says Velkhana and the monster from Quiet Place, I don't know if I can agree with you guys on anything about Hear Me Outs. I'm just saying, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Okay, I will give Pika this. Okay, yeah, I trust Foxy. I will give Pika this. I'm not even gonna say it on stream, actually, no. If I say this, then Pika's gonna immediately clip it. Oh, dude, Tifa's a given. Yeah, that's just a hot lady with big honkers. Tifa's hot. Say it on stream? No. You know what? Nah. No. I'll say it loud and proud. Lanciax from Elden Ring is hot. Ow! I just nailed my knee. Oh. Oh, my knee. Oh.
Lanciax is the dragon that I showed you last night, Pika. The dragon mommy. Happy 4th, thank you so much for coming on in. How you doing, buddy? How's your 4th going? Giant stone dragon woman? Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. Dude, she even, like, shapeshifted into a human just for Vike. She was a real one. I was a streamer once until I obliterated my knee. Dude, that's how you, like, start your streamer origin. You know, you just become disabled and you're like, welp, guess this is my career now. I'm just here streaming. Yeah, I know. The human form was hot. Instant smash right there, bro. She's a shapeshifter. But, like, other than that, I don't know, man. I don't know. All of, like, the ones that I can think of are all more normal and not really, like, hear me out. They're just like, oh, yeah, she's hot. Guys, he said yes to a dragon. Yeah, Dragon D's nuts across your chin. Got him. Got him. You're so happy. I see the bunny from the... No. No, I'm not into dudes. I'm not into dudes. Also, I just want to point out, that took so freaking long to get into a match. That took forever. Don't care, hear me out. It's a dude. Pass for me. Pass. Pass. Vilcana is a woman? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. You know who else is a woman? Steven's mom. I'll do Steven's mom. Yeah, Steven's mom is a distinguished woman also. That's a smash and a half. Go back for seconds. All you can eat buffet. Just saying. What you mean, me, Foxy? That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Jesus Christ. That's wild. I did not pay attention to what these people had, bro. I did not pay attention. Wait, don't forget to look at a picture of cute bunnies to take a break. That's crazy. Yeah, I feel very cautious saying anything about people in chat because I'm like, I don't know how old you are. I don't know. No until further notice. That's a danger zone, bro. I'm not playing Minecraft. I haven't streamed Minecraft for years. I still am cautious when it comes down to that type of stuff, but yeah. Say whatever you want about me. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm still always cautious about what people say on the internet because, you know, people can say whatever. I can say that I'm like 35 and people would probably believe it, but in reality, I'm 22. But yeah. You know what? Frick. Oh, wait, I can't even take that. I was going to say, frick this guy. I'm going to take an invitation, but apparently not. Yeah, I'm totally 35. You're just a 3-year-old. Yeah, I am a 3-year-old. Why are you calling me out like that, Foxy? Goo goo gaga, I require titty milk. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. type shit. Goo goo gaga. Pop. I'm gonna hate saying this. Thank you, Eliza, for the titty milk. Jesus Christ, I can't even say that. What kind? Titty milk. I yearn for more. More. Goo gaga. Meow. What's up, Jelly? How you doing? How you doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. God damn it, bro. You joined at a bad time. Bro, Joy just hears me saying, I need titty milk, goo goo gaga. Oh, nah, bro. That's crazy. That's so crazy. But how you doing? How's your 4th of July going? Hope your 4th of July is going very well. Thank you so much for coming on in. I appreciate you. No, me too, my man. Hey, man. At least you understand where I'm coming from. Ah! She just dropped it on my toe. Ah! Yeah, no, dude. I'm a VTuber, bro. I'm not celebrating either. I'm just here streaming and having a great time, man. I'm just here being a silly goose. Yeah, because, dude, have you not seen Lanciax from Elden Ring? Lanciax is valid. I don't need no hear me out for Lanciax. She could get it every single day of the month, bro. I'm an exit. There you go. I got you. There you go. There you go. I got you. I got you. Enjoy my Z cups. Look at these. Look at these ZWs, bro. I got the worldwide honkers. Oh, I missed. Yeah, we hate the British here. Frick the British. Yeah, you want to milk my honkers? Yeah, go for it, Jelly. Bon appetit. For the low price of $9.99 a month, you too can milk my honkers. Oh, nice try, bro. Nice try. Is British in British? No way. This can't be real. Oh, right on the booty. Ow, got him. The money is crazy. I tried getting Pikas, but I ain't special yet. I got you, Foxy. I got you. For the low price of $9.99, you can milk my honkers. Just saying. Just saying, broski. Bop. Got him. Welcome back, Tech. Thank you so much for coming on back. I appreciate you. How you doing? How you doing? Get up on that hook. I need to get some invitations, bro. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Ready, 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 ready. Oh, wait, what? Okay. I thought that was a, friends till the end, but okay. Oh, did inflation hit? Yeah, my boobs got inflated. Sorry. Mom's card, I don't care. It's crazy. Yeah, bro, my boobs got inflated, so that's why the money went up. Fries in British. I'll give you a special pass. How about that, Jelly? How about that? Just don't go telling anybody else, all right? It's like it's a special one-time deal, you know? Limited edition. I think I paid up front. Do you have your receipt? If you have your receipt, I can definitely get it to you right away. I could get it to you ASAP. But only if you have your receipt. Yeah, you have it? Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, if you could just submit your receipt to me real fast and... Oh, it's right at the top. Oh, I see it. Okay, yeah. I got you, I got you. Yeah, just get right to it, you know? It's a serve yourself type of thing. Hope that's okay with you. You didn't pay for the deluxe premium edition. Look under your stream. Under where? Only if I get unlimited Nexus Booba milk. That's crazy. What's the deluxe package? Bro, rest in peace to my Twitch channel, bro. Oh man, dude, this is gonna go down so bad, bro. What's the deluxe package though? I serve it for you, bro. You know, you just sit there, you enjoy the show, and you get fresh Nexus Booba milk. It's been tamed. That's crazy, bro. I'm concerned what kind of chats you've been in, broski. It's gonna be next to the Booba milk. That'd be really funny, but there's already a titty milk. It's by Jay Schlatt, so sadly the idea's already been taken. Yeah, bro. Like I said, like, you know, I mean, hey, if somebody pays for it, you know, I can give you guys a demonstration of what it does. Just saying. Just saying. Wait, have I not collected any invitations? Okay, I paid. Yeah, bro, it's 3 trillion Zimbabwe dollars. Pop. $3 trillion. 3 trillion Zimbabwe dollars. That's like $5 USD, by the way. I don't even want to know. You were one of the founders, though, Eliza. What you mean? What you mean you're out? I'm in. I find out for you, Eliza. That's crazy, bro. Bop. Dude, we're putting people down. You know what? I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this and I'm going to teleport you away. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I don't like you. You're getting sent away. No! I was going to send him to Brazil! Wait, is it actually $150? I thought it was like $5. I take back my joke then. I don't know. I thought it was only $5. Wait, Dead Hard and Decisive? That's insane, bro. I can pay. Please don't, Pika. It was a joke. It was a joke. I don't actually have boobs. Well, I do. You're just not gonna get any milk out of them. Thighs, though. Next to lie to us. I'm so sorry. Just yeah. I'll just borrow someone's honkers so that way I can scam people on the internet. Like Arby's. Yeah, so sorry, guys. So sorry. So terribly sorry. It will happen again. Yeah, actually, I have been looking into the maid outfit, so yeah. You guys can get your freshly squeezed Mama Nexus titty milk during the maid outfit stream. I got you guys. It's all you can drink. Bum 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 bum. I'm so in. Jesus Christ. God damn it, Eliza. Hold on. I'm in the middle of a match. Please wait. Hold on. Also, thank you for the oogly. There you go. Yeah, you can drink my booba milk. I can wait is crazy, Eliza. What if we don't want titty milk? What do you want? What's better than Mama Nexus titty milk? How many subs? I just have to pay for the maid outfit. Pop, got him. Let's make it to Golden League. Oh god. Wait, what do you mean? And 1v1 you as Teemo? No. Absolutely not. Wait, what? Teemo versus Teemo? I'm not playing that filthy rat, bro. I have too high of standards to play that thing. That thing disgusts me. I hate that stupid rat. I really want to curb stomp that rat, bro. I want to put that Teemo in the ground. Alright, sounds good, Eliza. Thank you for coming on in. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. See you in a little bit, my friend. Ooh, there you are. Bow. Nuh-uh. I'll pay you $5 to play Teemo top. That's really disgusting, bro. Teemo really sucks, Pika. I hate Teemo. Anyways, casual 4K. Just saying. What's your cash app? I don't got one. Just subscribe to my OnlyFans. That'll work. That Teemo's better be on a journey like Nemo. 100 subs to be nice to Teemo. For how long? How long? Yeah, bro. Yeah, just subscribe to my OnlyFans, and that'll be the way of payment, Eliza. Totally. Totally, bro. 100 subs to be nice for 10 minutes. For 2 years? 100 subs to be nice to a rat for 2 years? How okay, finally offer $1 for unlimited milkage. We have a deal, Jelly. We have a deal. What happens if I'm not nice to Teemo for those 2 years? What then? Where's the milk for Team? We'll figure that out at some point, Tay. Figure that out. But yeah. What happens if I'm not nice to Teemo for those 2-year period? Pika comes to your house and slaps you. Then I gotta get a pretty picture in a Teemo outfit? For 500 subs to be nice to you for the rest of the night? Dude, as long as you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. Oh, speaking of, I gotta do these 5 seconds of play. 1 second. What up, Memento? I'm gonna do the sit-ups first. But yeah, I'll be nice to you, Tay. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me do the planks. Alright. Done. Your Discord messages might be a good enough reason to be nice. I've not had a chance to look. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. I paid to see him in a BMO because I know he'd be in pain. Dude. Eliza, you know how much I hate Timo. I despise Timo, okay? I despise him with a burning passion. You're telling me it's a cosplay BMO? How much are you offering? I'll hear you out. I'll hear you out. How much? How much are we talking? I'm gonna pull up a picture of, hang on. Can I even like look this up on, what can I look this up? What if I just look up BMO cosplay? It's literally just a whole bunch of chicks in a bee outfit. Wait. I love this picture. Hold on. Hang on. Oh, wait. No, I don't want to do that. Hang on. I love this picture. You can't see my cursor. The picture that's enlarged, I love that picture. It's so funny. I love it. I love this picture, dude. I love it. It's so goofy. It's so goofy. Timo ripped for real. Look at this little guy. Look at this silly goose. He's in pain because he's got a BMO outfit on. Bro's in pain. Free my homie, bro. Free homie. Of what you'd look like if you bought it because all the push-ups we make you do? Nah. Nah, bro. I wish. God, I hate this stupid rat. I hate this stupid rat so much, dude. Just looking at these pictures of him, it pisses me off, bro. I hate this stupid rat. No, I will not be the stupid rat. Ow! It's like me going to jail, bro. I'm literally getting dragged into this. I'm writhing in pain. I'm suffering so very much. I don't fear pain. You know that. You don't know where I live, though. Yo, frick you, pal. Frick you. I live to see another day. You will not be taking me down to this BMO path. Ow! Ow! You gonna get her? That's crazy, bro. What is she, like your Pokemon? Wild Tay, go! I release Tay. Just release Tay into the wilderness. You're so real, Michelle. She says, I choose chaos. She's so real for that. What a real one.
I'm kind of debating on switching on over to Night Rain. I kind of want to play Night Rain. I'm not gonna lie. Mama Nexa, there you go. Enjoy your boobies. Before I be right back, well, I appreciate you for dropping off some boobs before you leave. Look at these honkers. Ooh, 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 ooh. Beautiful. Magnificent. Wonderful. Wonderful. Howdy, Totem. Hello.
I can smell you. Stop your running. It's all for nothing. Stop your running. Come here. Stop your running. Stop it. Get some help.
Bro, where are you running to?
Bop. Big ol' slam.
I have to be awake in 6 hours, so I might be dead. Pika, go to sleep. Go honk shoe, man. You need your rest. Yeah, go to sleep, Pika. I appreciate you for hanging out, and, you know, it's always great hanging out and, you know, having a great time with you. Make sure you get your rest, man. Sleep is very important. So go get your rest. But yes, good night, Pika. Sleep well, have sweet dreams, and I will see you tomorrow, my friend. Good night. Oh, I'm not making this. I am not making this. Oh, frick.
Dang.
She's just running away screaming. Bruh. But yeah, sleep well, Pika. Thank you for coming on, and I appreciate you. I give up chasing that guy. Maybe. I don't know. Frick, I don't know where that guy is. So stinky, man. So stinky. How dare they run and hide and be little poopies? How dare they? Can't believe them. Dude, I'm so fumbling this match. Not even funny. 2 gens done, no hooks. GG's. GG go next. No invite for you. That's crazy. Love to see it. No, that's not what I wanted to do. That is so sad.
Damn, son.
Accept your fate.
Just accept your fate.
Oh my lord. Dude, this is horrible. I've had too many good matches, man. It's going horrible. Yeah, it's GG's, dude. 3 gens done, no hooks. Frick, dude. Bum 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 bum. Oh my god, dude. I give up. This is a bad match. This is a horrible match, man. So bad. Oh well. GG's. Ooh, I see where 2 of them are. We're not making that, like, at all, though. God damn. Hang on. Perchance. Aw, terrible. I thought I was gonna be able to make that around the corner, but apparently not. I've not solidified anything, dude. Horrible. Ugh. No bueno, no bueno. That's very bonita. Oh, and she goes down.
Wow. That's really awesome. That's really cool. So glad that we lost. What? Why would you drop that hook? What? I'm so confused. That was so needed, actually. I'm so sorry. I know I'm doubting his intelligence. I'm so sorry. They're all getting out, bro. GG's. Oh, well. GG's. GG's. Aw, they're leaving. This is so sad. Aw. This is so sad. GG's. GG's. GG, have a wonderful day, and drop a smiley face. Dude, it was cooked when I was not getting anybody downed. It was so bad, bro. It was so bad. It was not a good time for me, man. I was really struggling to get anybody. It was tough. It was really tough. Oh well. GG's. I tried my best, man. My best was not enough. I was really struggling to get anybody. That was tough. Ooh, we got to Prestige 23! Prestige 23! That's really cool. We're a little bit closer to hitting our Prestige 100 goal on Wesker. Crossing my fingers, hopefully by the end of this year we can hit Prestige 100 on at least Wesker. I know I'm a lot closer over on Sable, but I do not play Sable a lot anymore. I used to play a lot more Survivor than what I do now, but I don't really play with a lot of people whenever I play Dead by Daylight. So I've been playing a lot more killer, and I've been pretty much purely killer focused for a while. And I feel like when it comes down to content creation about Dead by Daylight, a lot more people enjoy the killer side of things a little bit more. Just because Survivor, you're just running around, you're, you know, doing gens, you're dropping pallets, you're running from killer. Whereas with killer, you're just chasing everybody down, you're putting everybody down. To me, that's a lot more fun. But I don't know. To each their own. To each their own. I do want to start branching out again. I really was just branching out. Never mind. I don't know. I think I've been having a lot more fun playing a lot more than just Dead by Daylight. Man, streaming. You should get back into it, Tiger. Whenever you have free time, I highly recommend just, you know, at least doing maybe like an hour stream, maybe 2 hours. I don't know. Whatever you have time for. I highly recommend, you know, just getting on, having a great time, just chatting with people. And I was playing Repo. I know, dude. I know. That was a lot of fun. I need to start uploading more content over onto YouTube, which, speaking of, there's a short that is now live over there. There's a short over on YouTube and on TikTok. So that's very good. Soft little promotion.
I prefer poison, chainsaw, pushing people off the roof, Yandere Simulator. I mean, hey, that's. I mean, if you think about it, kind of like Dead by Daylight. Kind of. We've got Vommy Mommy for poison. We've got Hillbilly and Bubba for a chainsaw for pushing people off the roof. Springtrap pushing people into his animatronic. I mean, hey, you've got all those options right there. Just saying, sounds like Dead by Daylight ticks off all those checks for you, bro. At least it sounds like it to me. Just saying. Just saying. I don't even know how long I'm going to stream for today. I kind of want some ice cream. What do you guys think? Should I play one more, go get some ice cream, and then during that little break, when I get back, we play something else? I'm kind of feeling that. We all scream for ice cream. Peak? Is this a peak question? What? Yes, I'm debating on getting ice cream after this match. I don't know, dude. I really feel like getting back on Elden Ring. I've been so obsessed with Elden Ring. Wait, are you actually available right now, Tiger? Are you available? No. If you're available, I'm just used to you always being busy, bro. I did not know that you were free right now. I mean, hey. Ahaha. Hey, Tiger. Hey, Tiger. How about we play a game? How about it? How about we play a little bit of the hit game, Peak? It's hard to refuse. Yeah, bro. Wait, Steven, do you want to play Peak? Steven. Clipping it. You can't. This is so sad. I'm weeping right now, bro. I'm literally sobbing. I'm sobbing, broski. Okay, are you thinking like in the next 20-ish minutes? Oh, look, a strawberry. Oh, look, a strawberry. A strawberry. Yeah, I just slowly degraded into madness saying Steven's name, bro. My mind just went numb. I'm weeping too. I want to join. It's been so long. I know, but you got at work tomorrow, Pika. Oh, so you should be asleep. Go honk shoot. Go honk shoot. You're supposed to be asleep. You're supposed to be. Yeah. Pika's supposed to be asleep. Weren't you guys supposed to play today? Like Steven was gonna do an all-nighter or something? I'm not tripping about that. I thought he said he was gonna stay up all Friday. Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. Maybe he said Saturday. I could be wrong. Maybe I have time to set up my mic. I mean, Dead by Daylight matches are about like 15-ish minutes. Maybe like 20-ish minutes. Maybe a little bit longer. 25 just to be safe.
I mean, if you need longer, just let me know, Tiger. I was just asking, like, shooting out, like, a general time. Bong. Bum, 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 bum. Brick your palate.
You disappoint me.
Bum,
Is
bum,
that
bum, bum, bum. All right, good night, Pika. Sleep well. Wait, the Leon left immediately, bro, and he was live. The streamer left. Oh. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Get away from the bot. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, wait. She's just following me now. You know what? Come work right here. Get on that, Jen. I need to go stop that, I need to stop them from healing that bot, bro. We don't accept them bots around here. I know, I was gonna let the Yui survive. That's why I just kind of left her alone over there. Just, like, stay over here. Go away. I wanna know where that Leon went, though. Nah, but for real, that Leon is streaming right now, and bro rage quit because I put him down. It's crazy, bro. I'm telling you, the Dead by Daylight Survivor streamers are so stinky, dude. Go ahead, try to use your head on. That's crazy. I thought I was far enough away at first, but then I know I got close. I was just trying to pull her out before she could activate head on. Oh! Get grabbed. Silly goose. Bop. I think that the Leon was somewhere here. He is. There's Leon. Bop. Come here, Leon. Bop. Too bad you won't make it much further. Oh wait, that's the Yui. I can't go after her. My bad, Yui. Bop. Got him. God damn it. Hang on. I'm gonna put that Leon down real fast. Leon's dead. Get him out of here. I'm sorry, Yui. It has to be done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Yui. I need it for my friends. I'm sorry. Okay. Well, we'll still let her out. We're not gonna let her die.
We won't let her die.
She's a very bonita girly pop. Hopefully she doesn't second hook down there. That would really suck. I don't know where these survivors are, though. They're not going for that save. Unless if they are. No. Oh, there's a survivor. Here, Michaela. Quit your running. Quit your running. Dude, she's going to second hook down there. Oh, no, never mind. She got saved. Huge. Massive W. Then... Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Then your date says, stay right here. I'll go with you. What? That's crazy, Foxy. What? That's insane, dude. Idiot. Nice try, dummy. Shelly goose. Nah. Nah. No. No. Wait, are you doing that with like, are you talking to an AI chatbot or something right now, Foxy? And that's what it said? No. 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 I'll just throw the UV around. Alright, let's go find you, Hatch. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Bum, 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 bum. I'm trying to find her, Hatch. That was so funny that I kept body blocking her from getting the saves. That was really funny. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know where the Hatch is, though. I'm looking. Trying to find it for you, Yui. I'm trying my best. I'll get you on out of here. Don't you worry about it. Don't you be worrying. Bow, bow, bow. Is it back here? No. Did she find it? Oh, she did find it. Alright, GG's. GG's. Have a wonderful day. Drop a smiley face. GG's. I even got a little smiley face from them. That's huge. Massive W. Massive W. G freaking G's, bro. GG's. Alright. I think that's gonna be wrapping it up for Dead by Daylight. Boom, boom. Hold on, I see that I got pinged in Eliza's server. Give me 1 second. What happened in here? Why was I pinged?
be setting up in chill chat. Okay. Sounds good. I was just reading what she said. And then I see that I got pinged somewhere else. Where? Why was I pinged? What the frick? Ah, I see, I see. Okay. Let me just go ahead and minimize this folder. No, we're not ending right now, V. We're not ending. Not quite yet, at least. I'm still gonna be streaming. Okay. I'm going to go get my ice cream, and then I will be right back. So yes, thank you for the alert, Foxy. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. I'll be right back. Give me un momento, chat. Enjoy the boobs.
Okay, I'm back. Hello, hello. Okay. Um. Okay. Sorry, I was just going through and reading stuff. Um. Sorry, I'm just setting up the stuff for peak. 1 second, guys. Is there a tutorial? I do not believe so. Okay, there we go. We should be good now. I hope. Okay, I have peak launching, so just give me 1 second to fully load in. Dude, I guess more pecan praline ice cream. It's the last of the tub, and I'm so sad about it. But yeah, I'll probably play for like an hour, which is about one run if we win. But yeah, no, I actually went and got some ice cream from my freezer. It was fun. It's the last of my pecan praline. Alright, sounds good, Tiger. Oh, let me go ahead and invite you. But I'm not going out anywhere. But from my house, I have a pretty good vantage of a lot of the fireworks around me. So I'll probably just go out front, watch some of the fireworks from my house, and then come back in. I get to be antisocial. Don't have to go out and deal with anybody. I can just stand out front of my house, watch the fireworks, and then come back in. Yeah. Mood indeed. Here, let me go ahead and invite you. Tangerine. Oh God. Tiger.
Yay! Hello.
Hello.
Hear me?
Yes.
Hello. How do you do that?
Right click. You have to put the book down, so you just press 1. Yes. I'm trying to remember how you like. Oh, there we go.
Touching hands.
I know, my God.
Okay.
This is like a little practice area.
I'm supposed to grab? Okay.
Yes. I'm cheating.
Whee! Yes, you are. I can't make it.
I got you, bestie. Don't worry, I got you.
You ready to see
There's fall
something?
damage.
No. Oh wait, yes. Yes, there is fall damage. There's lots of fall damage. Hold on. Watch from up there or down there. Ready?
Uh-huh.
Man, I'm
Wait,
dead.
what? Are you dead?
So if you hold R, it brings up the emote wheel and then you can play dead.
Is it this one?
You just fall down. Yes, I'm pondering.
Okay, I got it. This is so silly.
I love it.
Ugh.
Oh yeah, and the more that you play, like this hat that I have, I think I got from healing people. And then I have a whole bunch of badges and
Ah.
yes.
Oh my god. You're a Girl Scout.
I am, bro.
So cute.
Yes. Are you ready?
Yes. I don't know what I'm getting.
Oh, I pressed play before I heard what she finished saying.
Honestly, can you
Why?
hear me?
Yeah.
Honestly, this reminds me of my current travels, and I'm not fond of it.
Really?
Yes. There's a little plushie. Bing
Yes.
bong. Oh my god. He's so cute.
Would you like the backpack or do you want me to carry the backpack?
No, I dropped Bing Bong. Okay. You carry it. I don't know
Alright.
what the hell I'm.
You're good. I'm gonna put this type of stuff into your. Oh, they give you more luggage. Oh no, maybe it was just good RNG.
I got the compass.
My god. There's a little trumpet over here. Or a bugle, rather.
What?
I know.
Oh my god.
You can play with him.
Oh my god. This is great.
I know, right? It's beautiful.
Oh, that's ominous.
You good? Also, not to, like, scare you or anything, but there is a fog that will start spawning.
A what? A
Fog?
what?
Fog?
Okay. Ugh. Oh, drop it. Let go of this thing. Oh, are we going now? Okay.
Yes. Also, don't mind
You're walking away from me.
the Scoutmaster, he will snag you.
Wait, what's Scoutmaster?
Teehee.
What do you mean a Scoutmaster?
Don't worry about it.
No.
Don't
come
worry.
here.
Don't worry about it.
Don't leave me.
Oh!
Jesus Christ.
Oopsie daisies.
Little bit of tomfoolery.
What the fuck just happened?
What'd you
What
do?
happened?
Oh, you stepped on
I
poison.
slipped. Oh, I stepped on a jellyfish. Nice. Lovely.
Lovely.
Fantastic.
Yes, yes. Magnificent, if you must say.
Okay, so the goal is to just climb all the way to the top.
Yes. It's a magnificent goal.
Does the scout man just like spawn?
If you get separated from your teammates, yes.
Oh.
Yeah. And he will throw you until you are dead.
Oh my god. What?
V said you see an electric trash bag and you stepped on it.
I didn't see any electric trash bag. Leave me alone.
He's just a silly goose.
I'm just a baby.
Totally, totally. Oh!
You just run. You just. Head grab! Head grab!
Yes.
Everything's fine.
Yeah,
Everything's
you're
fine.
slaying, you're slaying, you're slaying. Ooh. Are you hungry?
I don't know, am I?
I don't know, are you?
I don't know. How do I know if I'm hungry?
How much yellow is on your energy bar?
Like a 10th?
Okay, we're gonna save the food for a little bit then.
Okay. Mushrooms?
Yeah, have some shrooms, bro.
Oh, thanks.
No problem, bro.
You're literally feeding me.
Yeah.
Is this apples?
I don't know if those are poisonous.
How do you? What? What? They're just apples.
There's a lot of poisonous food on this game.
I'm gonna eat it. Wait, what's with the ominous music? Oh, I'm fine. See, it wasn't poisonous. Chill.
I hope you're able to make that.
Barely. What's with the music all of a sudden?
Because we've started climbing the mountain.
Whoa. What the hell? You expect me to make that?
You got it. I believe in you.
Oh no! Oh no!
You got this. You got this. You got this. You got this. You're doing great. I got
What are
you.
you putting me through, man?
We're climbing.
Just flashing multiple times.
There we go. Now the fog has begun to rise.
What does that even mean?
The floor's lava.
Oh, the floor is lava?
Essentially, yeah.
Floor.
Like down there where we started, no bueno. Don't touch.
Okay.
That's like as simple as I could put it. Got you, broski.
Kill me.
No problem, brotato. Huh. I got you, broski.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for the boost.
No problem, no problem.
Oh, is that coconuts? Oh, this is such a terrible game for me. I want to pick everything up. I'm a loot goblin.
I lose goblin. Have you ever heard of a mind goblin though?
Oh, mine?
Mind goblin?
M-I-E?
No, M-I-N-D.
Or...
Mind goblin on these nuts.
Oh my god. No! Oh my god.
Are you good?
I'm poisoned. That's how damaging that was to me. Insane.
Oh man. I don't think I've ever caught anybody with the mind goblin.
I've never heard it before. This is terrifying.
You're doing great. I got you, bro, Civ. I got you, bro. Also, don't worry. V was there to clip you getting caught by the mind goblin.
No. B-Y.
Hold on, right here, right here, right here. I don't know how far we're gonna make.
That.
No. Watch this.
What's that?
You can grab onto it.
Why is it red?
The sun is coming up. You can grab onto that yellow thing and it replenishes your stamina. I got you.
Oh, so terrifying.
You're slaying. Purple bird at being silt? What do you mean by purple bird at? What is a purple bird app? I've heard of the bluebird app. Yummers. Wait, why
feel
can't
like
I feed
we're
you?
almost there.
Oh, there we go.
Huh? Oh, thanks.
No problem. I gotta keep my homie fed. Watch out for the jellyfish.
I saw it. What? Are you feeding me poison? You're just throwing food in my mouth. You did feed me poison! Oh, it hurts so bad. You're evil. No, hee.
I gotta poison the tiger that's trying to eat me, bro.
Oh, we made it somewhere.
We made it to the top.
Is this it?
Mhm.
We did?
Yeah,
Oh, that was so fast.
it's because you had me. If we take
Hey,
any
I was
damage,
good at keeping up. Okay.
you did amazing. Come grab this backpack. It's free. It just gives you more storage. You just hold E and then drag down. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And then just hold E to cook it once, and then you good. I'm gonna save mine. Are you ready?
Oh, you lied to me.
What do you mean?
This isn't the top. I thought we were done.
Mm-mm. There's a lot of levels, girly pop.
Oh.
Yo, there's 3 luggage cases over there. What the heck?
This is very intimidating. Wait, am I just supposed to fall down?
Yeah. Just
Where'd you go?
I slid down.
Yeah.
Hold on to the side of the cliff and slide down.
Okay.
You got this. You got this. You can let go to preserve some stamina. Just make sure you grab it before you hit the ground. You're almost there. You're almost there. Okay, you made it. Just a little bit farther. There you go. See? Easy does it. Oh.
Or the Coke.
Yeah, $10 for 1 level would be criminal. I agree. Nah, we got a lantern. Also, on this level, the rain makes it harder to climb, so I would wait out the rain. Unless if you are underneath cover, you'll be able to see. And these vines right here, they're poison. Do not touch. Poison, no touch. Trying to find a good place for us to start climbing. Okay, over here.
This music gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, the Scoutmaster's gonna get you.
No, don't say that.
He's gonna get you.
You're messing with me.
$45 for Karate Kid is crazy, bro. This is a really bad seed. You did not jump, did you?
No.
Yoink.
This is a terrible place to climb.
Well, there's not many good places for us to climb. Here, over here, maybe? Also, these are poisonous also. Do not touch.
Oh, there's so many of them.
Yeah, like I said, this is a terrible seed. Here, we can climb up to right here. And come up to here. There we go. Now that we're getting off the ground, it's looking a lot better up here. I just need stamina. We're good.
I see London, I see France.
Wow, really?
Oh no!
Silly goose.
Oopsies.
Silly goose. Go over here. Wah!
What just happened? What just happened? Oh, I can't see anything.
Uh-oh. Come towards my voice. Come to my voice. Come to my voice. I don't know where you are. Just follow my voice. Oh, there you are.
Why? What happened?
You stepped on a bomb.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
You stepped on a bomb.
I can't climb.
No, come on, come on. You got this. You got this. You got this.
I literally have no stamina to climb.
Welp, she died. That sucks. That actually sucks. Hold on. Actually, wait. Hold on. I'm gonna save you. Also, hi Recon, how you doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. How you doing? Happy 4th of July, bro. Alright. You're eating ice cream while I'm dead? Yeah, I am. Go ahead and do these squats, push-ups, fast. 1 second. I gotta emo while my homie is dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're still dead.
Oh, I'm alive.
Yep, that's what I was with my
I have.
body.
Oh. Oh, is that how I am resuscitated?
Yes.
See.
I waited out your poison. That's why I was emoting.
Oh, I still have poison.
It's okay. It'll go away over time.
It's like 3/4 of my health right now.
Mm-hmm. We don't have any antidote. Oh, yeah, you have to press Q for your to be able to look through that.
Oh, I literally have to drop it.
Yeah. I got you. I got you, cuh. Also, hi, Ted. Welcome on in. How you doing? How you doing? Okay. Tiger.
I don't know if there's any bombs.
Okay,
around.
yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you. Come here. Just come straight to me. This right here, that's a bomb. Do not touch.
Okay.
That's a bomb. There's a bomb on the plane? No. Well, do you still need the antidote?
Yes.
Come here. Oops. No, I don't want to eat it.
Yay.
Are you good now?
Yes.
Hold on, turn around. There we go.
Oh.
First time rage baiting is crazy. Alright, we're gonna slide down here, okay?
Okay.
Oh my god, no, do not. No, 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 no. That's a lot farther than I thought. Holy shit. Okay,
Give me a second. I gotta plug my headphones
you're
in.
good. I gotta figure out where to go. And I'm always happy to play with people. Hey, what do you mean? She's just not purposely pissing me off, Goober. Alright. I feel like if we use these vines to go across, it's gonna be a lot better. Hang on.
Oh, I have to press E to grab. Okay.
Oh, you good?
Yes, barely.
Also, congratulations on completing Revenant's Remembrance. Congratulations. What'd you think? The way the guy stared in the cutscene was creepy. Exactly, bro. But it was so peak.
I need some tabe mono.
Are you good?
I need food.
You need food.
Oh no.
If you need food, come here.
I don't even know where you are.
I went around that corner.
You're a corner.
Where are you?
I
Okay.
can't touch him.
Um,
I'm coming towards you.
hmm.
Like, I do not see you. How far? Hello? Are you there? Dex?
Should I rage bait her? She can't hear me. Should I rage bait her? Baiting on rage baiting.
Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Jesus Christ, I'm dead!
Tiger!
Where am I?
I don't know! Where are you?
Oh, this is all your fault.
Where are you? Oh, you're way down there. Oh, you poor soul.
This is your fault!
Ah!
Your fault!
Oh, I was about to heal you, but okay. No, I'm healing you. There we go.
Do you have food? Thanks.
Ash. Also, don't worry, V caught your fall on camera.
Yes, of course they did.
V's goated, bro.
No! Don't give me those mushrooms. I don't trust you anymore.
You should trust me,
No.
but I ate them. Well, you falling kind of put us in a predicament. I don't know where to go.
I don't know what to tell you because that was not my fault.
Here, come over here. Let me try going this way. Got you, cuh.
Do you get more stamina the more you play or something?
No.
Okay.
You just get the base stamina no matter what. But eating fills up a second stamina bar. I'm over here. Trying to figure out how to get back to where we were. Actually, hold on. Come up here. This is gonna just follow me. come over here. Oops, that didn't work. There we go. Now it's letting me climb. There we go. This is pretty much where we had your inevitable fall.
How can you even tell?
Tell
It
what?
looks the same to me.
Because that's the pit that you fell down.
Oh. Well, I couldn't tell because I was spinning in 3,000 directions.
Spin. Okay. I'm gonna go over here. I think this is exactly where I left off. Okay, we can't stand up there. It's good to know. I'm gonna go over here, actually. No. Bow, 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 bow. I have no idea where I'm going, by the way.
I figured.
Yeah, I just go off of gut. You can come on up. Gotcha. And then let's go up this way. There you go. This way. I'm gonna run.
Oh, lovely.
Nice. Oop. Gotcha, gotcha. And then I'm gonna try. No, that's. Ow. You know what? I'll take that little bit of poison. Come on up here. You're safe if you just stay near me. And then just jump over the spikes. Oh. But I got you, I got you. You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. Frick, dude. Damn. Wait. Hold on, I'm gonna try something. Don't follow me quite yet. Oh no. Wait.
Are you stuck?
Good question. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah. Uh-oh. I might actually be stuck. Oh no. Wait, don't come up here. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
I was trying to, yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
Yes, Astolfo is a trap. This is interesting. Hold on. Nope! Don't do that. Uh-oh. Fuck. Oh. I just watched her fall at Mach speed, bro. I think she's dead. Oh, there's nowhere for me to go, dude. It's so Jover. Oh. It's so Jover. Terrible RNG here. So Jover. Nope, we're not even making this. Oh, we're not making this. Oh my lord, right onto spikes. Oh no. Oh no. I'm joining you, Tiger. Where's your body? I got you. I'm going down with you. We're going down together. With the power of friendship, we'll die together. You're spinning me right round, baby, right round like a record. Ow!
Oh, ouch.
My leg ended up in my face, bro. That went very well. That went very well.
I got the new hat. How do I wear it?
You open up your passport by left clicking. Yes.
Yay! Oh, cool. Here's orange.
Orange.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes.
Yes. The title fits perfectly, I know, right? Beautiful. We gotta ponder the mirror.
Here.
Oh. I'm side-eyeing you like crazy right now, bro.
Yeah, same here. You made me die like 2 times on purpose.
Yeah, but I revived you one of those times. Nice balls.
Hey, don't get your hands out of there. Give
My
me
bad,
your-
bro.
Give me your badges.
Now.
I'm gonna touch your booty.
I jumped on a plane to avoid her. Shiver me timbers. I'm out of here, cuh. Ain't nobody gonna hold me down. I'm breaking out of here, cuh. Whoa. Why, hello there. Ooh, some trail mix. Yummers.
It's a froggy! I want Bing Bong. What the fuck? Bing Bong! This.
Konnichiwa.
How am I hungry already?
Because you walked. Ooh, look, party. You should touch it. It's party, you should touch it.
No, you touch it. Bye!
Why I wanna. When I get my hands on you, why I oughta.
Oh, no!
Why I oughta.
Leave me alone!
Get over here, you filthy tiger. Why I oughta. When I get my hands on you, it ain't gonna be pretty for you. I'm gonna give you that good old 1-2. You're not gonna be loving it anymore.
This is terrifying!
Why I oughta.
The fact that I hear your voice getting closer is terrifying. No.
Ain't nothing gonna make me stop.
Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Wow. I got to keep on moving. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, bow. Ba-da-dum, bow, 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 wow.
Bop.
Meow.
Yummers. I do not know where she went, by the way. I kind of just left the Duke player. Oopsies. Oh, there she is. She's fine.
Yeah. Just leaving me in the dust.
I forgot.
No, you didn't.
I
Weren't you wondering where I was this whole time?
Yeah, I was pondering my orb. I was like, yes. Where's this one tiger who's been trying to eat me for several months now? Where could she have gone?
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride.
Wait. Wait. Wait.
Oh.
Yippee!
Funny if you.
No, 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 no!
Oh, bye.
What the heck?
Ha.
What the frick? How dare you laugh at me? Bum bum da dum bum bum bam. Bam, 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 bam. I got to keep on moving. Hoop. Hoop. I'm sure she's alright. Right, guys? She's fine.
Yes, I'm right here. Frick you, buddy.
Okay, pal. Oh, frick. What if I just, like, blocked you from getting up here? You know what, Tiger? You know what? You know what?
Wow.
I know.
Wow.
I know.
I'm going this way.
Alright, bye.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Oh no. I got to keep on moving.
Not gonna lie, I think she went the easy route. I think I chose the harder route. But we will persevere. I will never admit my wrongs.
I just heard you admit you're wrong.
Oh fuck, I might actually die here.
Are you serious? Dex? Did you actually die? Yeah, you fucker. I'm leaving you.
No! Anything but that. No! Please. Anything but that, Tiger. I can't be having that, man.
Oh.
I'm right behind you, bro. Yeah, bro. Got you, broski. It's good, brosif. I got your back.
You're eating my dust. Stay back there.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh. Frick you, pal. Eat my dust.
Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Move your big badass. No.
No.
I cannot see around it.
That's too fucking bad.
Thank you for the pet saying. Thank you. How are the fireworks, Tay? You enjoying the fireworks? Look at that stinky right there.
You're stinky.
Says the
You're not
stinky.
even giving me any food. You ate food right in front of me.
I'll do it again, bro. You know what, pal? You know what, buddy, old pal?
So hungry. Did you just take both of them?
And the trail mix.
What the frick?
And the trail mix, bro.
Fine. I'm gonna eat this coconut. I can't even eat it.
No, come here. Cook it real fast,
Oh, I have to cook it.
and then throw it.
Why?
No, like throw it up in the air so that way it lands right next to you. Just do it. Oh, hold on. I gotta catch it before it falls. There you go.
Oh.
Now you can eat it. But I'm glad that the fireworks were very nice. Dude, I've not gone to see fireworks in so long. That's why tonight I was just gonna go out front and literally just watch it from my front yard. I have not seen fireworks in person in so long, dude.
Okay. This looks like the same map.
It is.
What's that?
We gotta climb it again.
Smoking a bowl?
What?
Like you're smoking a bowl.
Oh no, I was cooking an apple.
Oh, lovely.
Are you good? She is not good. Wait, I can heal you. I can get you back in here. There you go. Safe and sound.
I forgot to grab them.
Yeah, I saw. I watched you just smack the ground with your face. That was so clever of you.
Thanks.
No problem, no problem. No. Hey, we got fireworks here today. I just, with my mom being disabled, we have not been able to go out and see fireworks, you know? It's kind of hard to take somebody like that to a show where you pretty much have to sit out and do that type of stuff for a long time. So, it's just been very hard to go do that type of stuff. Yes.
By the creepy guy.
Wars?
I don't want to be thrown.
Then come over here. And yeah, they're illegal for like individuals doing it. Goober. Doesn't mean that the city can't do it.
Is there a waterfall over there?
There is a waterfall. I'm trying to figure out how to get up there. But for? What do you mean but for? But fear? What? Yeah? What about it? Oh, crap. Of course it starts raining right when I start climbing. You see how it has like a water texture on it?
Yes.
Yeah, it makes it harder to climb. Makes it slippery. We don't want it to be slippery. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Why me?
I may or may not have just sat there and watched the whole thing play out. I may or may not have just watched the whole thing happen. Totally didn't. Totally.
Oh no.
What's wrong?
It was raining and I was running out of stamina.
I got you, I got you. Don't worry about it. I thought I was gonna be able to make that, but it was raining, so I couldn't.
It's
Nope.
still raining, dummy.
I know, but I thought I could make it up there.
Made me touch poison.
Shall we?
A little bit of an oops daisy.
Uh,
Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, Tiger, you see where I am? I put down a pit and climbed to it.
okay.
Uh-oh. Just stay there. Just stay there. You're good. You're good. Look, you can swing around like this too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're good.
So how you doing?
I'm not great, fam. Not great.
Why? What's wrong?
I'm climbing up a terrifying mountain, and it's raining on me.
You're okay.
Watch out for poisonous plants.
I'm not doing okay though.
No. Oh. Okay. 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 Okay, okay, okay.
What
Okay.
is she doing?
I got you. I'm
No.
coming.
No, 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 no.
Die first.
Is she actually going on this mission? Oh no.
Bombs? Where's your body? What? Oh, I see it. Okay. 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 Oh no, let's not go that way. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
You're doing great, Girly Pop. You're slaying.
Oh, wait, did you die?
Yeah, I'm dead.
Oh, I was coming to save you. Oh, lovely. Just fantastic.
W full damage.
Where's your back? Wait, is the backpack on?
Where's my backpack? I don't know. Not sure.
Did you just... Oh, fuck.
The floor is lava. It's no longer safe for you, your kind. You better run, you mere mortal, or it's gonna snatch ya.
You are not helping.
Run like your life depends on it.
Oh, I don't have stamina. Oh. I did it! I did it!
Wow, congratulations!
Thanks. That didn't happen. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, and now it's raining. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Okay. Okay. Very nice. Just. There. That should work. You having fun?
Yes. I'm having fun watching you suffer.
Thanks. Thanks, fam. Get up! Oh, there's no way. Oh, there's no way. Oh, I'm gonna fall.
You're doing great. Well, I had faith. I had faith. That went very well.
This game.
I have faith in you too, broski.
You want to try one more time before I wrap up stream?
Yes.
Alright. Let's do this.
Give me a. I need a little break. Be right back.
Oh, okay.
America.
Wait. Banana. Oh, that's wrong. Nemo. Banana. Wait. Banana. Banana. Wait. Banana. Wait. Hang on, let's see what clips that V got. That was so peak. Hold on, I gotta watch the second one. Those clips are so peak, bro. Jesus Christ. I love those. Hold on, I want to go. Shoot, I'm streaming. Let me see if I can snag the clips where. There's a few more clips I want to see if I can snag and put into the server. Hold on. Because I saw that V clipped some of it. Hopefully I can find it. Clips of my channel. Let's see. I think it's this one. So beautiful, bro. Can I see where this was in the VOD? Ah, it doesn't look like it. That's so sad. Hold on. There should be a way to see where it was clipped at, right? What was this one of? Apparently, there's a lot more clips than I thought. Will you? Oh, share. There we go. Then I want to go back and see. Oh wait, hold on. That one was already posted. So the only one that was not posted was the Mind Goblin. Hold on. There's like no way to see where in the VOD that's gonna be saved at, huh? That sucks. Yeah, I'll have to go back and see.
They would have to go back and say.
Alright. Let me go see if the fireworks have started quite yet. I'll be right back. Wait, I just realized that I accidentally left Brave open. Close down. Okay, I'll be right back.
A day.
have like just under 20 minutes left, so I think we could potentially do a quick one and probably die.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's speedrun this shit.
Oh god.
We got this. We got this. Oh wait, hold on. She can barely hear me. I just realized that my microphone is retracted. TV. Yeah, because I'm using my headset microphone, because if I use the microphone that you guys are hearing me on, you guys are like in game, they hear my air conditioner, which sucks. It's no bueno. I got a flare. Stand back, Fell Demon. Stand back.
No.
Stand back.
No.
Stand back.
Give me.
Stand back.
Give me. Give me.
Ah! I have a gun.
No, you don't. Oh, guidebook. What is this?
Teaches you like the
How to
basics.
not die.
Yes.
Oh, I
Anyways, hasta la vista. I'm out of here, club. Ain't nobody gonna break my strength. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. I got to keep on moving. What? What?
Where'd you go?
What?
Oh,
Ain't nothing gonna break my strength. Ow.
yeah, that's right. Won't.
What?
You won't.
I want what? I want what?
Shoot me. You won't. You won't. You won't. Yeah, that's right.
Just wait until I get the trank gun.
There's a trank gun? Why? What?
Which you're supposed to
Why is
use
there a
against the
trank gun?
Scoutmaster, but
Oh, I see.
everyone just use it on each other. Ain't nothing gonna make my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Wow. I got to keep on moving.
How are you so fast?
I don't have a skill issue. Retro. I might have a skill issue.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Retro. I have a skill issue. My balls! Ain't nothing gonna make my stride.
Ball.
Bum 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 bum. Bada bum 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 bum. I got to keep on moving. Oh frick, dude. Jiggle my tits. Dude, I'm not making this.
Where
I keep falling because I'm a sweet goose.
are you?
I don't know.
Wanna make this?
I don't know. Or you could just.
Oh, I'm not gonna make this. Oh, I did. Nice.
You are good jizzing.
No, no, I'm not.
You are good jizzing.
I don't think that's the right word.
You're blowing. The fog! The fog! It rises! Oh my god. Where am I going? I don't know.
Oh. Up, uppy, up.
I almost fell on your face, bro.
Wait.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down.
Oh, I don't think I'm gonna make this. Oh, bollocks. Oh, bollocks. Oh, bollocks.
Are you good, Ka?
No.
Broski is not good. Oh, you are dead.
Yes.
That's no bueno.
Because all I can do is float around you.
Yes.
Malarkey.
Oh, I'm so scared. I could have
Is
saved
that
that
like
for
a one
him.
and done thing?
Yeah. Very, very sadly.
I just realized you're wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm lost on vacation. Well, this is not looking very, very nice for me anymore. Weird. Please tell me I make this. Oh, I'm built better.
Ain't nothing gonna make me strike. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Whoa. I gotta keep on moving.
My big ass head is stuck. Holy fucking shit. Hey, 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 hey. No, 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 no.
Bye! Oh my god!
I'm still going.
Nice. Nice. Nice, Sue. Oh, look! Oh, you're camping for.
Huge. Huge. That worked out. Nature put me in its chopsticks, bro. God damn it, Bobby. I mean, I guess that worked out with my timing. We should play again soon.
Yes.
Yes, 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 yes.
Oh.
When will you be free again?
Probably tomorrow?
Really?
Yes.
Oh my
As long as
God.
it's before 5, 6
What?
couple hours.
Boogie.
So I'm going to another rave tomorrow.
Sounds good. Have fun. Thank you for joining.
Yes.
Yes, it was lots of fun.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Ooh. Anyways, let me go ahead and put this microphone away. Alright, hello everybody. How are you all doing? Thank you guys so much for coming on in. I really appreciate each and every one of you guys. You guys are all very amazing. You guys all mean the world to me. You guys are all very cool, very awesome, very slay. But yes. What do you mean question mark? What happened? What happened? What happened? But while I await for your response, I'm gonna go ahead and get us ready for our raid. V is calling me. Oh, when you got back, he was trying to let you know that I was checking to see if the fireworks were going off. I think he was assuming that you had my stream open. Yes. But I see that Jelly is live. Jelly was in here earlier. She is very cool, very awesome. I've collabed with her before, so we're gonna go say hi to her. We're gonna, yes. Nah, it's all good. It's all good, Tiger. But thank you guys so much for coming on in. I really appreciate each and every one of you guys. Come to join the Discord if you have not joined already. We'll be having a lot of fun in there. We always do. Today or this weekend is not community night, but next weekend is. So yes, just come on in and have some fun. Anyways, goodbye everybody. See you guys tomorrow.